That's
Oh,
weird.
there we go. We're live.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Just
Welcome
waiting for
to
it to show
another.
up on the laptop. No, I got the stream running on the laptop.
Okay, welcome to another Delboy stream. Thanks very much, Colin. We hope we're going to have fun tonight. It's a little bit of a different discussion this time, where Denny and I have done a few of these, and we've talked about films and TV and children's TV stuff. We decided we'll talk a little bit more and give the good old computers, consoles, collecting, and everything from the past a little bit of an airing. See if anybody wants to talk about all those old memories and everything that we do.
This is
I can hear your mic, by the way, Colin.
Hey. Oh, hang on. It shouldn't be doing that, but
there we go. We're back to normal. So sorry about all the.
There we go. It's showing now.
We're all right now. Yep. So I'm going to ask Denny what he's been playing, what he's been watching, and then promote his channel. So over to you, Denny.
I've been playing absolutely nothing. Work again. But I actually done a little thing, just the grass shoot of a new video yesterday. I don't know whether you've noticed the Cyberman releases videos and the games that weren't. They released two games the other day, that long lost ones. One was Munchman on the VIC-20. Well, anything VIC-20, you know,
yeah,
to a small loin, so to speak. And that was by Matthew Smith, a very important one. And the other one was Stargate, a Defender game, which Defender's my favourite game of all time. So I'm going to stitch those two together and make a video out of them. And I'm still doing, obviously, my text adventures, but from that point, nothing really exciting. It's just about the telly stuff I'm watching more than anything at the moment.
Brilliant. And do you want to promote your channel, Denny?
Yeah, the two, Retro Control Centre and they're that long, I can't remember, Adventurer's Rest for the text adventures.
Absolutely fantastic. Thanks very much for that. Yes, I'm very interested in those videos because I have seen the Matthew Smith little video and he got quite far for a couple of hours work, so look forward to that because I didn't see anything about Stargate. And we'll go over to my good friend Ponder. He's been talking to me on blogs and everything. I've been known him for a couple of years. Over to you, Ponder. What have you been playing? What have you been doing? Promote your channel, please.
I've actually put a few videos up lately. I put the new Mr. Core Super Locomotive. I put my cycle video on my main channel. That's Colin Jones Ponder. Ponder's Retro Goodness is my retro channel, and I put a quick video up on Super Locomotive. I played Luftroses on the Commodore 64, and I put a couple of high score challenges up. There's another one scheduled for Sunday on the high score challenge as well, which is Willow for the Tubers. But yeah, I put oh my goodness, I've just realized I haven't uploaded the latest one. I'm gonna have to redo it after tomorrow. But the latest one, which was last night on Twitch, which I did, what was that? That was, it's so good, I can't remember it. Wacko. That's it, Wacko. And on myself, I've been keeping busy this week, doing lots of bloody tidying up because I was supposed to be nights this week. I don't like nights, so I booked all 4 days off.
Brilliant.
So I booked them off. So I've been doing quite a lot of tidying up and deep cleaning out here today, this week. Putting the pool away, sadly, because the weather's turned crap. It's not going to be another pool day, so that's away now. That's stored away because next year the whole garden's getting landscaped and redone solid. It's not going to be on lumpy ground anymore. And today I've been giving myself a headache messing with CSS and PHP.
Yeah.
Because I got time this week, so I thought I'd start it this week because if I don't start it, I'll never get it going. If I am taking over the kerfuffle from season 16, because I don't want to let it die, and Lewis is a little bit he's been doing it now for a long time, so I can see why he's getting a bit fed up with it. But I don't want it as a normal spreadsheet. I want it as a website because it's more easily accessible. So I'm starting to build the website. what I want to do is I want to take the spreadsheet and have the website and read the spreadsheet on the fly, and create the web page, create the table from the spreadsheet. So all I got to do is edit the spreadsheet, and the website updates. So yeah, but getting the vertical text has been a bit of a nightmare in CSS. But I finally found out how to do it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do in Excel.
No.
I mean, I do lots of things in spreadsheets, pivot tables, all that sort of stuff. And even in the main application, it's sometimes a right pain in the ass. So I totally get that. And thank you very much for basically taking that over from Mark. I know he's done an absolute wonderful job.
He's done a stonking job.
You know what I mean?
As Alan would say.
I've always wanted to sort of like join in and do that, play these games and have a little go. But I've always found that I just run out of time. I know I wouldn't be able to commit. I don't want to do something and then only do 2 out of 10 games and all of that sort of crap. I want to sort of like commit to it. I think it's really good because it challenges you and it pushes you to do something, that's outside. It
gives you a chance to have a go at new games that you haven't played before, or games you have played before that you want to get good at.
Yeah.
And the thing I find with it is I will always do the challenges. Even if I don't like the game, I will always do the challenges, and I will always stream them. The only exception was a Champions Challenge, which was Spy Hunter, which I found completely uncontrollable in emulation. I did put a score in for that, though, but I didn't stream it. And if I don't like a game, I'll just stream it. I'll have a few goes and just stream it. If I do like a game, I'll put more effort in. But yeah, it's been fun. And as I said, it does give me something to stream. It gives me something to stream, and that's what matters, really. And it's a good thing. It's a really good thing. And I don't want to see it end. And I think it was Milthy Swimbuckle in one of these chats that it was in Mainmeister's chat, I think, that suggested that I take over from Lewis if he wasn't doing it. But this season he's doing it, which is good because it gives me a few months to prepare.
Brilliant. And of course we're just waiting for Mark. Mark's got a little bit of a job to do before he comes in. He'll be coming in a little bit later on. So we will sort of like just double back a little bit and ask him what he's been playing, what he's been doing, and promoting his channel. But can you just promote your channel a little bit, Colin? I know that you've said a little bit about it, but what are they 2 individually called? One's called Ponders something goodness. Yeah.
One's Ponders Retro Goodness.
Yeah,
that's where I put all my retro stuff. Anything to do with old computers, classic games, unboxings, even showing off things, mostly gaming. I'll quite often just put quick and dirty videos up there. Sometimes I put more effort into there. Sometimes I put a lot of effort in there if I got time. I think the biggest effort I put in was with the Rally X and Super Cobra videos. They took a lot of effort. They did. And on my main channel, I put all sorts of random crap. Cycling videos is the most regular thing, but I'll put all sorts of random crap on there, and that's Colin Jones Ponder basically. And a word for retro engine. Google Sheets is what I use primarily, to be honest, because it gives me cloud access, and of course it's free. And anything else I need to use, I'll use Libra Sheets, so LibreOffice Sheets. So I don't use Microsoft because I don't use Windows basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's one thing that you're definitely going to learn about Ponder is his love of all things Microsoft.
I do use a Microsoft mouse for my Amiga, believe it or not, because it's one of the few that works with the mouse adapter I got.
As long as it's not a subscription mouse by Logitech.
No.
That's another story.
I think he was testing the water there, to be honest with you. The subscription saying, you can keep this mouse for life as long as you pay a subscription. You could buy a new mouse every week for the subscription.
They called it the Forever Mouse. I thought,
Forever Mouse, but you still got to pay for it forever.
Yeah. But anyway, absolutely wonderful people. You will see that there is links to at least one of those channels in the description. There are 2 great Discords that you can join as well. Sorry about this. I've turned the volume down on this as well. These are salespeople trying to get in touch with me. Right. So yeah, as I was saying, we were just waiting for Mark. Now, this stream is actually Denny's little baby. He's the one who came up and said, I've got an idea that I'd like to do for a stream. Del, so can we do that this Friday? I'll get somebody, you get somebody, bring it in. So, Denny, with this being your baby, where do you want to start with this? Because you called it computers, consoles, collecting. Where do you want to start?
Well, start at the beginning. I'd love to hear how everybody started, how they got into retro games, the first computer, the first ever, the first ever time they ever met a game. I mean, for me, it was the mechanical arcade games.
Really?
Yeah. And then obviously the air hockey and stuff like that. But it wasn't until I think the Binner Town come along with the Pong, Pong and table tennis. It wasn't something I actually, really got addicted to, because I know a lot of people that was playing it day in, day out. For me, that got a bit boring. And it wasn't until I saw my mate playing his Atari 2600. And even they used to slide Pac-Man back then, but my God, that was the arcade machine in somebody's house to me, that was. And I always dreamed about having one of them. And it wasn't until I had my first one, my Commodore VIC-20 from Beatties in Wolverhampton. Sad times, it's gone now, Beatties has. And from Beatties, I picked my first game up, and it happened to be a Jeff Minter game, Matrix. The rest is history, basically. And from there, I had a Spectrum 48K, Spectrum 128, Commodore 64, Commodore Amiga, SNES, and then PC. And that's basically how it's gone from there. It's one wish. I wish I could. I got a time machine and go back and do it all again. It's the best time of my life. They always say, pick one thing from your life that you'll never forget, went to your grave, and this will be the one.
That's good. So, what would you say then? That you said you started off with all the mechanical stuff in the arcade and Pong. So, what are we talking? What, 1976? Somewhere there onwards.
Yeah. I got this memory. I don't know what the game was called. It was there was like this thing in the middle that spun round. There was a stick with a bloke. Well, a chap who was under the water on this bike thing that could propel through the water. And it was like 2 sticks, and you had to go in between all the mines and just weave in and out the mines. And the other one of my favourites was, I don't know whether it was called Tin Can Alley, the great big display where you used to shoot, and the cowboys would turn around and shoot water at you, or you knock cans off the wall and stuff. Yeah, them are the ones up. But I remember my very first Space Invaders machine. It was a cocktail machine. And I used to stay with me nan every Wednesday. We used to go across the club.
So just before we go over to Colin, you start. So we are talking about, I think, 1976, 75. I think you said PC was the last thing. So when was your first PC that year? And then we'll move to Colin and ask the same thing.
Well, first PC was 1992. When I started the good years, I had a bit of money in my pocket, and I had my first PC.
Did you buy a console after you got a PC, or is that it?
No, that was it then. The SNES was the very last one, the last console I had.
Yeah.
But saying that, I only had the SNES as a console. I've never bothered with PlayStation or Mega Drive. They never really interested me. You got a PC, you got a gaming machine, and all your multimedia design stuff and all that. But
I can understand that. I'm going to ask one little question before we go on, because this one sometimes can annoy me a little bit, and that is that they always seem to think that when we're talking nostalgia and we talk about retro things and computers and so forth, the PC gets a bad deal. It's like, well, I don't really count the computer, the PC, because it was a beige box. It was a faceless thing, and therefore, I count my gaming history, say, with consoles, and I don't do anything after the year 2000 because that's my cutoff point for being a nostalgia thing. What's your opinion of that? Because I think the PC gets a bad rep there. Then,
Well,
and I'm just going to let you know, I always think of it like this. They were beige boxes, but the insides of them were all totally different. And I've got lovely nostalgic of having Matrox G400 cards and the Sound Blaster and AWE 32 and 64 and all of those sort of things. So as much as those boxes were as beige and as boring as anything, the amount of times I changed the insides, I still have a fantastic past thinking about those days. So what's your opinion of the cutoff point for talking retro and computers and stuff? I'm going to call it nostalgia. I don't like that word retro myself. I call my channel Retro Zone, by the way, just because it's a retrospective, right? It's not that horrible word, retro computers. There's no such thing. It's retrospective on computers, right? So I'll call it nostalgia just so I don't alienate or get people hate for it all. So just answer that question for me. Do you count the PC therefore in your nostalgic history and stuff? And what's your cutoff point?
Well, yeah, I mean, you say retro is the day before, isn't it? That's a nostalgia. It's obviously your journey up to your present day, to be honest. But I've got one word to say. You're going about PC being bland. Doom.
Yeah.
That changed the face of gaming.
Yes,
console, modern day, at a particular time, a console couldn't do that. Well, I suppose it could, but I mean, it'd be chugging along. The console had strengths to the PC, and the PC had strengths, to the consoles. I suppose there was two different types. If you look at it really, looking right back, there was two type of different gaming machines, because there was more strategy games on the PC, and all that. First person ones, literally anything on the PC would destroy a console. I mean, I remember the time the 3DFX come as well. The PlayStation, I remember when that, the PlayStation, the original one, was launched. Fantastic machine. But if you look back now, you can tell how rough some of them 3D, the 3Ds on it and the textures, they just rip apart. Whereas you'd had 3DFX and the resolution, a lot better than what the console was. And this is now PC elitist stuff. I'm just stating facts, really. But for me, consoles, all I had the SNES, I thought the SNES was a fantastic machine. But it never hit me, it never grabbed me the same as the PC.
Yeah.
If you look at it now, it's more gone back to the indie days again, with all the the games, and they're so accessible now, up to £3 to £5, and you can have an early starter, early release type thing. And there's some fantastic games out there compared to these triple A games that are coming out at the moment. Will they be remembered as fondly, these AAA? I don't think so, with the amount of problems they're having. I think they've got into this stage now where they build the game or the skeleton of the game, and then they start updating it over the months, and that's what you get. With a game from the past, they used to write it for the machine, and that was what you got. Like it or lump it, basically.
Brilliant.
So, is there a cut-off point? Not really. I just see retro nostalgia as an ongoing thing, But if I was to say a particular era for me, it's got to be the 80s, early 90s. That was the
I think it's fair to say Doom was a change.
It was a game changer. Yeah,
I did like Wolfenstein. I thought that was quite clever and impressive, but Doom was the one that made me go like this. And then following that, Magic Carpet and all sorts of stuff made me go, wow.
But I'll be honest, the reason I bought the PC was for Dungeon Master as well.
Dungeon Master,
I had it on my Amiga, but obviously I wanted it on the PC as well. It's when I saw it on that. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. We've had sort of like Colin sort of like quiet there. We've got to go back now to that beginning. I don't know if you can remember, Colin. We were saying, where does it start for you? And
right.
we just added at the end if you count computers and so forth in your journey, and when we're talking retrospective, because I do know that, you know, even Alan has said, I'm known for my 8 bits. I don't talk about consoles and this. I still count computers and so forth as part of my journey. So what's your start off point, and then just talk a little bit at the end on what your thoughts are in regards to emulation and where your cutoff point would be, really, in regards to your journey.
Okay, my first recollection of any video arcade games were like Denny, the electromechanical stuff in an arcade in Penarth. Things like Jet Rocket and a submarine game, Sega Periscope, that's the one. Things like
Sega
that.
Periscope,
and then you had the light gun games as well, where the projector used to project a spot on the screen, which was a UFO. You had to pick up the rifle and actually shoot it. That sort of thing. Then, of course, we got into the arcades. I was on Porth Call every summer, and things like Space War were the first ones I remember. And, of course, Space Invaders. There was things like Mole Hunter, which has never been emulated. Then I started to get my own stuff. Now, I joined computer studies for O-level in 1979. And the first thing I knew about computers there, with writing the programs, that sort of program, was dialing up the City Hall mainframe on a rotary phone, plugging the handset after they started whining into an acoustic coupler and typing
in an acoustic modem coupler,
yeah. But at home, my earliest programming was Big Track.
Oh yeah,
which was programming. My mate got a ZX81 when we were in school, and
you're going a bit fast now. Big Track. How many of us have Big Track? I have Big Track, and I had the trailer at the back, and it was a pain in the ass with the forward twice, right twice.
Yeah.
Just with a little on a little sort of like numeric sort of like pad on the back. It was a right pain in the ass, but yeah, I had that. Carry on then, Colin. Sorry, I had to get Big Track in there. Yeah.
We had the ZX81 and used to bring it on the house quite often, and we used to program it, just silly little things, random games. I remember we said once to my father, give us an idea for a game, and he said spot the spot. So we did it. All it was they put up a random spot somewhere on the screen, and then a little arrow came up and said, there it is, that sort of thing. He got a Spectrum, I got a VIC-20. Then I got a 64. I used to program on all of them. I didn't program so much when I got an Amiga, though I did write a quiz machine using an actual quiz game that we got. And I actually wrote a quiz game around that, only using a pie chart countdown. So that was in Amiga Basic. But yeah, the VIC-20, I wrote a game called Cruising on Broadway, which I've since redone on a Commodore 64 in 100% machine code. Commodore 64, I think my best game there was a Depth Charge, which I wrote in BASIC and compiled, so it ran at a very decent speed. Though I did know machine code for the Commodore 64 then. Back then, it was all in hand. I didn't use an assembler. It was all coded on paper, turned into numbers, and entered into as data statements. Yeah. Right, so we went VIC-20, Commodore 64, Amiga 500. From there, it was Amiga 1200. I stuck a hard disk in that, but it wasn't a 2.5-inch hard disk because I couldn't afford that. But what I did was I got a 3.5-inch hard disk for 170 quid. And I think the 2.5-inch ones were like 40 megabytes for like 300 quid. But this was 120 megabytes for 170 quid, for which I had to cut the screen, the RF screen inside to get it to fit, and put an adapter in. But I had 120 megabyte hard drive in that then, and that lasted me then until 1995, when I went on to PC. My first PC was an Olivetti Envision P75, which was designed to look like a video recorder. It was installed with Windows 95, but it was upgraded from Windows 3.1 because it had a hybrid of 16-bit and 32-bit drivers. So it ran like a dog until I found proper 32-bit drivers for the devices in the Olivetti, and I reinstalled from scratch, and then it ran like a dream. Built my own PCs for a while. Then I got one on a Computers at Home scheme. That became my XP Media Center Edition Windows machine, and my old machine then became a Linux machine. I was in 2006, and that was started my move over to Linux. I had both running side by side. I found myself using Linux more and more and more as I found more things that would run under Linux that I used to use under Windows. Still use the Windows for games. Eventually it turned, whereas I got so used to it, and so I basically gave that computer to my wife, and she had the Windows machine. I had the Linux machine, and I've upgraded twice since. Once with one that was given to me, and once with one I bought a few years ago. And next year I'll be upgrading that again. Now, you asked for now retro. As far as I'm concerned, Commodore 64, VIC-20, Amigas, they're not retro computers. They're classic computers.
Yeah.
Retro computers are things like the Minis, the 64, the Spectrum. A Amiga is a retro computer because they're modern kit emulating old kit. That is retro.
Yeah.
The whole scene, because most of it is emulation, has the title retro. That's the way I see it. My computers are classic computers.
Yeah.
And of course, Ponder's retro goodness. I do accept the term very, very easily. It describes the whole scene. My cutoff used to be 1995 when I moved over to PC. There is an overlap there of internet because I used the internet on the Amiga. And the whole reason for going to PC was to make internet easier. And that was dial-up.
Yeah.
I got broadband in 2000, one of the earliest. I had to buy my own cable modem. And I was 500K downstream. And we're going to have a spin cycle going on a machine now. So I do apologize for that.
Oh, don't worry about that.
The cutoff now is more fuzzy. I mean, on the Mister, you got PlayStation, Jaguar, Nintendo 64. I got no nostalgia for these machines. PlayStation I have because we did get a PlayStation, which takes me back as well. I did have a console. The first console I had was the Grandstand SD070, which was a cartridge-based thing like a Binatone. And Steve Benway's got a video on that thing if you want to see it.
Yeah.
But my cutoff. I mean, you look at some of the old things. I mean, there's Nintendo 64, Jaguar, Dreamcast, GameCube. I mean, even the Wii, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 could be classed as retro now.
Yeah.
Because they're decades old. So yeah, even though my nostalgia mainly is in the 80s and 90s, the retro scene is evolving. And I think I'm not sure how it'll be now from today's scene, because most of it is online and require online servers. And I think that's going to knacker it up a bit for the future of retro. But these early years, the pioneering years, because they were pioneering and we didn't have them before, and we grew up through that, makes it all so exciting. Would I want to go back to that time? No, it wasn't exactly a good time. It wasn't exactly a good time. We weren't exactly well off. We lived in a house with no heating, no hot water. The only heat was a coal fire. And anybody who says coal fire, they got memories of coal fires as a good thing, need to go back and do it again.
Try cleaning that bloody grate.
But yeah, I mean, it's nice to remember the good parts, and you can do that now with emulation, with refurbished old machines. And I also like the hybridization of them, using modern technology with these old machines, like the penultimate 2 cartridge of the VIC-20 or the Ultimate 2, the 1540 with Ultimate 2 cartridge, the 64, the Python for the Amiga, all this stuff, connecting up to modern HDMI TVs and stuff like that. It's brilliant, I think. You can relive the good parts of the past now without the bad experiences of the past as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good thing. It really is a good thing, and I'm really happy for the scene as it is now. Even
yeah. So do you count PCs?
PCs. I mean, i486. It's DOS. So even though I didn't have a DOS PC as such, I went straight from Amiga to Windows 95. I still use DOS at times, and DOS is definitely retro. Windows 95, before internet is retro.
I think what the argument is that it's not an argument. It's more what has been explained to me when I've gone on people's chat, like Mainmeister's chat, and not just. And I don't want to just keep mentioning his chat. What I'm actually getting at is it's always been, well, it's just a beige box, so I don't count it. And I think that's an unfair point, because you could look at therefore then at the Amiga 2000 and the Amiga 4000s as being, they look just like PCs, but they count Amigas as being fair game. So I always look at it that, yeah, the outside box is a bit basic, and although you can make, you can definitely see the distinction between a PS1 and a PS2 and an Xbox and a Dreamcast, and they all look distinctly different. I still think the PC should be considered within the scope, if you see.
And I'll give you an example of why I agree with you. You can get games for the PC then you can't play now.
Yeah.
And you find it difficult to play even under things like DOSBox and the Mister i5 486. Difficult to play. Unless
there is the EXO program, and that's doing incredibly well. But I mean, even so, they're still having to add things now because they can't get them quite to work. So,
the Incredible Machine 2 will not work on the Mister, even under EXO.
Yeah. So it's great to have your opinion on that.
The new thing, I can't remember what that's called, but I haven't tried running the Tim2 on a DOSBox and anything like that, or on the EXO project. But yeah, it's what I would like to get going again, which I've got the CD for, is Airfix Dogfighter, but I can't get that working either on anything.
Right. I haven't tried that.
But I completed that under both Allied and Axis missions. That was a good one. I like that a lot.
Brilliant. Yeah. So Mark's still not here at the moment, so I suppose I just want to say thank you, Aaron, for your two views on that. And I just also want to say, by the way, thanks to everybody that's joined in. And if you can get your questions in, I've just noticed that we have got a few comments, but not that many questions at the moment. I'll probably just recap over mine a little bit. It's the oldest person here is Denny. I think he was born in 1956 or something, but mine's sort of like very similar. Yeah, I know. There you go. Mine's very, very similar. I started off with a Pong machine, when I went to the arcades. I've mentioned it many times in the blog. We had a town fair that would turn up at my hometown, and that's how I got to see arcades every year, because I'm not near a seaside. And it took a while before things like the bus shelter or the railway stations had machines in the corner, or a community centre where the swimming baths were at an arcade machine. So my first exposure really was the mechanical machines when I went to Barry Island and I went to Prestatyn and Bournemouth and all of those, and those would have been the same things that you saw, the tipping point type of machines with the 2p pieces, the horses that were up on wires with the little lights that were white, red, green that you used to basically bet against, and all of those sort of things. And generally we then moved on to the arcade stuff, just like you did, Space Invaders and everything around that time. It then moved I thought very, very quickly. It's amazing how when you look at 1978 to 83, that seems like I could snap my fingers and pretty much you've just covered that whole thing. And there were a glut of machines that are in there, and they were heady times. I was excited by every single one that came out. You look at some of them now and, you can always poo-poo them, as being monochrome looking or bit, they're not smooth, they're juddery and all of that sort of stuff. You're missing the point of the whole retro aspect of things when you look at it, because in your brain, you're seeing them move smooth. You know what I mean? So, that's the other thing that I love about going back in those years, just like you, Colin. I don't want to go back there, but bits of it I love, and I can appreciate and have fun with now. My first look at computers really was when I went to school and secondary school. We had Commodore PETs and Apple IIes. So I used to play Pet Invaders and all of those. We used to have discs that we'd buy, and then I used to make them double-sided by cutting a notch on the other side and charge 50 pence, because I bought a nice little notcher that you could. It was like it was almost like me carrying around those cutters that you used to take at the end of a cigar. I mean, I just carried it around. Went, oh, you want yours double-sided, 50 pence? Yeah, all right. And I used to cut a notch, and there you are. And then I said, go over there. That guy over there will fill that now full of games for you. I used to love the little menu system that was there. A for Pet Invaders, B for Lemonade Stand, C for whatever. Talking of Lemonade Stand, that was the first program that I wrote in BASIC in computer studies. I had a ZX80 and a ZX81 and a VIC-20. Most people know that when I get to the VIC-20, I had a number of other machines, but only for a matter of weeks. My sister was working in a computer store where they sold quite expensive computer equipment, but they were more selling Ataris. And people would bring in their old computers and as a down deposit for a new one. Some of them would come in broken. That didn't matter. And my sister was able to bring back some of the really bad ones, and I'd fix them, because at school I was doing electronics with breadboards and stuff. So basically I had a little soldering iron back then, and I used to like doing model kit stuff. So if a case was cracked, I used to fill the cracks in. Yeah, there we go. You got your USB one there. I used to fill the cracks in and then sand it down and then, resurface it. Basically, what like people are retrobrighting now. I was doing that back then. Anything I was allowed to keep, I sold and then bought. So I sold quite a lot of computers that that I could have had for longer. I sold the Spectrum I had within 6 months, and sold that along with an Oric. What else did I have back then? I had an Oric and a Dragon 32. I sold all of those and got a 1541 disk drive. That's how I managed to buy things that were really, really expensive. And that's why I love the fact that I actually had the hardware. I remember those keyboards really well. I actually thought the Dragon 32/64 keyboard wasn't too bad, The Oric, oh wow, less said about that. Apart from the Atmos, that was nice. But the Oric one was a piss poor thing. But yeah, and from then Commodore 64s. I had a day one A1000. That's my claim to fame. I had within a very short piece of time that they were brought into this country, I had an Amiga A1000 with monitor. I remember it cost £1,350. And I remember taking it out the box. It was a great big white box, and you took it out and put it down, and opening it up, there was a cardboard portfolio of the discs with Kickstart, Workbench, Basic, and the fourth one was Mindwalker, the game. And I love Mindwalker. Mindwalker was absolutely fantastic. I'm actually going to do my 16-bit years at some point, and that will be the first game that I will be talking about in my 16-bit years, because my A1000, really, you want to think about it, really is my first 16-bit computer that I had. It was before Mega Drives and all of those 68,000 machines. So that was a very important game for me, really, when you think about it. And then, of course, the rest is history. I've bought an A2000. I've had an A4000. I've never had a PC that I've bought. I've built every single one. Every single PC I've built from scratch from the very first one. And that was a 386 SX25, for which I, within 3 months, got up to a 486 DX50. And then went basically to a DX100. I bought the slotted Pentium 1s that were in cartridge format. Then going back to the old style processors with the Pentium name still on it, and so forth and so forth. I've never really bought too many AMD chips. And it's like I've never really bought too much AMD, graphic cards. It's always been NVIDIA or Intel most of the way. There has been times where I've gone down that route. So I'm very interested in Ryzen chips at the moment. They're doing pretty well. But I remember my earliest, one of the graphic card that I had the most was the Matrox cards. I remember putting the Matrox cards in, and then pairing that up with a Power VR card. Wow, I had a Power VR card before I had a 3DFX. And I remember playing Forsaken on that Power VR, and my mate had a 3DFX card, and we'd look at the differences in how fog was done. You know what I mean? Because the one thing we'd put on would be Unreal and the castle demo at the beginning. If anybody's loaded up Unreal and recognized that castle flyby, will know that was a tour de force of how rendering was done. You had a marble floor and fog and water, and it all flew around and all that sort of stuff. So that was absolutely brilliant. And the rest is sort of like history. I've bought many different PCs and parts, but I'm a little bit like you guys. I do count the PC. I think you probably recognize that as a viable device. I will always have it in my channel. I will always put indie games or stuff that's got something that has a dip in the past but is new. You know what I mean? If I want to do a stream of games, I wouldn't discount the PC stuff. And it's nice actually to see that Mainmeister tried to do Age of Empires the other day, rather than just doing his 8-bit stuff. I thought that was very, very good of him to do that with Lakosa. But anyway, it's back over to Denny, really, because I think that's a good enough rant from me, a little chat about my background. Before we go, I'm just going to start bringing up some of the comments. We have got a few in now. So the first one we've got is from Danny Jukes. He says, "Hi, hope everybody's okay. I'm absolutely fine. Thank you very much for being here, Danny." He's put but he also says, "What game series did you like and hate and why?" So over to you, Denny, with that one.
Oh, blimey. Flight simulators. I could never get to grip with the flight simulators. I just found them, to be quite honest, I just found them absolutely boring. But to some other people, they love them. As I say, if we all like the same thing, we'd all be boring, wouldn't we, really? Certain strategy games.
Just before we go any further, would you count therefore for something like Solo Flight Simulator then?
Oh, God. Anything. I mean, yeah, anything like. I mean, I suppose you look back some of the old Commodore 64 games as well, and Spectrum, where you had just two colours. That just,
right.
I just like. Do you remember that Game Boy Ocean Top Gun? How poor that was.
Oh,
yeah. I just found that absolutely boring.
Yeah, that had two views, didn't it? And it was in Vector or something, wasn't it? That one.
What else? I'll say certain strategy, like the military ones, where it's like Football Manager, where you put input stuff and it just randomly plays. That never really done anything for me as well. What other cute?
Is there a specific series though? Because when you mentioned football, so you could probably say Football Manager 2000, 2000 question mark, as in every single year. You can count that in as a series that I hate.
Look, I've got to be honest. Football games, they do nothing for.
They do nothing for you. Yeah.
I watch it every now and again, football, but I mean, the games just bore me. And it's not because I hate it. I mean, it's a strong word to say I hate a game. I just find them
dislike. Yeah, dislike.
Yeah. I just find them, there's other stuff I like, shoot 'em ups, defender type game. That's my type of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a varied, catalogue of games I like. I mean, it's not just shoot 'em ups. I like text adventures, stuff like that.
Yeah, because you mentioned strategy, but I know that you're a big fan of like Dungeon Keeper.
Oh yeah, Dungeon Keeper. As well. When I call strategy,
because you mentioned Dungeon Master, but I know that you love Dungeon Keeper. I mean,
yeah. If I was to tie it down though, nail it down, I'd say stuff like Civilization. That never done anything for me.
Right.
And I know excuse me, that's got a massive following. As I said, each to their own. I can, you can understand why, but that wasn't for me. But yeah, you're going Dungeon Keeper. Oh my god, I lost countless hours and days to that game.
Both of them, Dungeon Keeper and 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was number one in the deeper dungeons. I liked the second one. Not so bad. But if I say the games I didn't like and why, it's flight simulators and like Civilization, stuff like that. But I like Roller Coaster Tycoon. So,
SimCity, Theme Park.
Yeah, Theme Park. I like Theme Park. That was all right as well.
Did you like SimCity?
No. And stuff like the railway type games. When you build a railway.
Railroad Tycoon.
Stuff like that. That's the stuff I don't. I ain't particularly.
Well, what about what you like then? Because you say arcade, but I mean,
well, it's quite varied. I mean,
what about platforms, shoot 'em ups, puzzles? What?
Puzzles. Not so hot on the puzzle. Mine's like the shoot. My favourite genre is shoot 'em ups. Nemesis, Defender, anything like that. I love those sorts. Driving games. Outrun, obviously. I mean, when I fell in, you go on about the arcades when there was Red Hot. I remember going down to Blackpool, which was actually the mecca of of where the new games used to come in at the arcades. And I can remember this one game. I sat it was just outside, hydraulic machine, and it was just outside the door. And I got the wind against the back of me, and the game was Space Harrier. Fantastic experience. I mean, that's just a memory I always carry me, the same as Outrun. I saw Space Harrier in Outrun, my jaw just hit the ground.
Yeah.
One of the times I remember, when you think, my God, this is the next breakthrough in graphics and sound and stuff. But it's funny how you never saw at the arcades any like strategy type games, did you? Unless you can think of one off the top of your head.
Ooh. Yeah, in the 8-bit era, strategy games were more about football, Football Manager and all of that sort of stuff. There was Archon, really. I suppose you could count. It's more a chess game than anything, but that was around on the 8-bits.
Things like Theatre Europe.
Yes, of course. You've got Zach loved the Theatre of Europe, didn't they? And of course, there was a lot of SSI strategy games, weren't there? That was by SSI.
There was a lot on the Spectrum as well. A hell of a lot on the Spectrum.
Yeah. Carry on though, Denny, unless you finished.
Now that I say, some of my favourite games, the arcades, one I've actually completed at the arcades, and a little memory where I used to work at Blankmore's Cash and Carry in Warsaw. And at dinner time, we used to go across to do you remember the indoor cricket pavilions when they used to be a thing in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Well, do you remember them? Well, they used to have a little arcade machine there. And they had Kung Fu Master, which wasn't too bad once you learn the patterns. I completed Green Beret over the days I used to do that. And the one game I could never beat was it's Rocket Jailbreak. Oh, my God, that was so hard. That's a game I come to hate. Not really, but yeah, they're fantastic times. Some of the games though, brilliant. Ghosts and Goblins. I could sit here all night, just reel them off one by one.
Well, yeah, I mean, I must admit, when I look at this question, it says series of games that you liked and hate. I suppose really I'm always thinking home stuff, but yeah, you could count arcade. You could actually turn around and say I just totally dislike beat 'em up, so Street Fighters, all of that stuff.
Well,
As far as I'm concerned, you can stick that up your ass and whatever.
well,
it
you're
is,
funny
you
as
know
you
what I
say
mean?
that. You know, you're going about beat 'em ups from Street Fighter 2. I couldn't stand any of them. 6 buttons at the. Oh my god, I just couldn't count with that. Give me Way of the Exploding Fist or International Karate any day. So
And I
it's
actually, to be quite honest, I was quite impressed. Just to cut a segue a little bit, that Fusion Games have got a Way of the Exploding Fist for the Spectrum that looks very much like the Commodore 64. I was quite very impressed with it, to be quite honest. But anyway, that was just a side note. Carry on.
now you talk about the Way of the Exploding Fist series. What were your thoughts on Fist 2? I thought it was a completely different direction.
Yeah.
Wasn't as bad as what they made it out to be. I thought it was a fantastic adventure.
Value for money wise, I thought it was very good, being as it had a standard sort of like beat 'em up on the other side of the tape, which a lot of people forget that was included with the Fist 2 Melbourne House cassette. But it was buggy. I will say that.
It was buggy, but at the end of the day, it was completely. Excuse me. It was completely.
Some of the best filters in music I've heard. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. Very atmospheric. Very atmospheric. But I was always useless at games. Oh, the Chucky X series. That's one of my favourites as well.
Yeah.
People didn't like number 2. I mean, number 1, I just used to keep looping it and looping it and looping it to the point you just got fed up and you stopped playing it. And then Chucky Ep5, you had to collect 5 or 6 toys. So, but I think there's a long play on what RX Archive. The chap on there sadly has passed away, but he uploaded Chucky, and it was about a 6-hour run, I think it was, where he collected all the toys. I wish I got the stamina to do that, to be honest. But yeah. There was a few of the ones I liked anyway. But shoot 'em ups. If out of all of them, shoot 'em ups, he's got to be my top one.
Yeah. What did you think the arcade games as? Although everybody talks about Street Fighter 2 as being a pivot point for arcades, you know, and everything that came afterwards was sort of like a clone of it, and arcades probably lost their way with innovation. Before all of that, there were 4-player games like Gauntlet and and of course the Turtle games and all of that sort of stuff. So do you think that was a turning point as well, or do you think there was still innovation around that point?
Well, Street Fighter 2, when it come out, I got into the hype of it. Don't get me wrong, I bought the SNES package with Street Fighter 2. Quickly found out it wasn't my thing. But I think what killed it more than anything, I think it was the Neo Geo that killed it more than anything, because game after game after game were just beat 'em ups. And it was the same old, time and time again. I just found them boring. You know, there was no innovation or anything, unless, you know, you can think off the top of your head one that really pushed them. But I mean, we're on Street Fighter, you know.
I mean, you asked a question there at the end, and I just thought, well, Neo Geo was beat 'em up heavy, but I think that they had to compete. If you do look at the Neo Geo game base, it has got more than just beat 'em ups there. There are a lot of shoot 'em ups there and all that sort of stuff. So I will turn around and say that they weren't just a beat 'em up stuff. And when it comes to the beat 'em ups, they did try and do different planes, you know, jumping into the screen, out of the screen, you know, in things like Final Fight or whatever. I think it was not Final Fight, it's Fatal
Fury.
Fatal Fury, is that what it was called? That range. There was you know, but I mean, there was so many Art of Fightings. It's ridiculous. I mean, Christ, every year it was coming out. So I do agree with the statement, but I will give it just that little bit of a nudge and say they didn't just do beat 'em ups. But I get where you're coming from. A good 40% of their catalog is a beat 'em up. Yeah.
I mean, when they hit the ground log, I mean, something like Viewpoint. I mean, that was a fantastic game. You know, hard, bloody hard. I will say that. But
now I'm just going to introduce somebody in. and then we'll continue. So, Colin, you're gonna. Oh no, he's gonna come. When he comes back, he's just disappeared again. So hopefully it'll appear in a couple of seconds. So, do you want to just wind up your bit on the like and hate? So, you've already mentioned about the hate. You've already mentioned that the like. Anything you want to just talk about in regards to 4-player action games, link up cabinets, that sort of thing?
Not really. No.
No,
Nothing comes to mind. No, not really. Like no.
you just don't like them. You hate them. What?
I've got no
Or
really
no opinion
no,
on them.
no opinion really about them, mate. To be honest.
See, for me, I do have an opinion. If I was with someone, I quite liked playing on Gauntlet, but if it was playing against a stranger, I bloody hated it. That was the one thing. I used to. I remember going on my first Gauntlet machine, and I was with my mate Martin, and we went, "Yeah, look, I'm going to be blue, you be red, right, and all of this sort of stuff, right?" And it was great because you were with your mate. But it's just if I was by myself and I just decided, right, I want to play on this, and somebody just put their coin in, and I don't know who they were, I was going, "Who are you?" No, don't like this, and then because you might talk to each other and say, "You go that way, I'll go this way," and you go, "Who the bloody hell are you to tell me which way I want to bloody go?"
Yeah, but just on your point though, Del. I've always been a lone wolf when I come to play games. It's just the way I like to play. But that completely changed when I bought Guild Wars.
Right, yeah.
So, and then everything changed then. I had a few mates who used to come with me. And then obviously they went cybers and I went solo again. Because
we could spend probably most of the evening talking about that, but I think that's a slightly different aspect of things. When I was talking about there, I was talking about little arcade games. With Guild Wars, at least you could set up your own guild and your own friends and do all that.
I'm just trying to explain to you. That's the only time really I gel.
Yeah, I get it though. I get that. I get that aspect. So Mark hasn't come back. Apologies, guys. He did appear for a second, so we will therefore start with Colin with the same thing here. Colin, it's what you like and what you hate. Oh no, hang on. Here he is. Am I going to get him this time? Let's have a look. See if we can add to stay.
Well, I think we've done Viewpoint, but a couple game, and that was a decent game. That was. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Mark.
All right.
You can hear us all, yeah?
I know you is, but I haven't got a clue if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So we've been waiting for you to come on. So we're just going to go back to the beginning just for you, because I'd like you to just explain who you are, what you've been playing and doing, and promote your channel, please.
Yeah, I'm a fat-nosed twat from Sunderland. Just mess about on YouTube, playing Commodore 64 games mainly, and that's it.
And your channel is called
20th Century Gaming.
Brilliant. And what have you been playing recently that you're into?
Recently, dotting about games, to be honest. Been trying to work out Doctor on the Daleks. That's one with a funky beginning, which wasn't finished, which is a shame. The first level on Doctor was a load of rubbish, Dalek attack. But after that, it's not a bad little game. But trying to get to the end of that. It's not the most riveting game to play, but once you start a game, you keep going, don't you, till you finish it. So I've been playing that and just messing about, playing bits of old games like Survivor, Zone Ranger. That's it, really. I'm trying to work the energy up to start Exile on the 64, which I printed off the whole instructions. I don't know if you can say that.
All right, yeah.
So I've actually bought a keyboard as well, just so this is it. It's only a cheap little daft one out of B&M's, but this is gonna like be me Exile thing, so I can put the right key, the right things on the right keys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a shortcut rather than looking about in the dark and that. Anyway, thanks for inviting us on. Sorry it's late, and That's just murder trying to get
No,
the kids
not
to
at
play.
all. No, glad that you're here. And just to tell everybody, he's got his own YouTube channel, 20th Century Gaming. There is a link in my description. Do go and have a look at his channel. He does live streams, you know, he does long plays, all sorts of stuff. He's also been not just Commodores, he's been playing on the Spectrum stuff. He's been playing a roller coaster type game. I forgot what it's actually called. What's it called? Roller coaster.
Roller coaster. Yeah, I've been trying to work that out. Worked out the bottom part, each little tiny little movement and timing and stuff. I've sort of sorted that out, and I've getting about, I'd say, a quarter of the way of the top part. So, but it's trying to be consistent, carrying you a lot of lives through to. What's that noise?
It's feedback coming back from somewhere.
How'd you get rid of that? So that was a few weeks ago, but I've been playing that much seriously, to be honest, lately. It was nice to make just a let's play video, like need just slogging away trying to complete the game and learning it. You know what I mean?
Brilliant. Well, we've got a question on the screen, Mark, but there's one thing that you've missed at the beginning. We've all told everybody in the room what our start was. You know, in regards to what your first computer was, what was your first introduction to the arcades? Was it mechanical arcades, you know, at the fairs and all of that sort of stuff? So if you go back to sort of like 1976 or whatever it is, up to around about now, what would you say is your timeline? You know, what was
go back to 1978?
Was Pong your first machine that you got? Was
1978?
Wow, 76.
I was born in the 90s. What's the matter with you?
And with that fantasy, you carry on telling us a little bit of history.
I've got better fantasies up my head, and neither of them involves you.
So all I was going to say, Mark, is all of us sort of like have agreed that I think we pretty much start. We it was about 1976 that we started going and playing on like mechanical machines at the fair. You know?
Apart from the usual Andel stuff, you know, with Bands and Galaxies and Astro Wars and all that stuff. I don't know which came first, to be honest. Binatone, I remember getting Binatone for Christmas, and it was just amazing to actually control something on a telly screen. I think that was the biggest, massive, like, wow, look at that. Instead of just looking at somewhere, you in control of something on a screen on your telly, you know. That was amazing, that feeling, after the novelty wore off. We got the Atari 2600, VIC-20, Spectrum 64, which I bought off my milk money, bread bin, which I've still got, but it doesn't work. Well, it does work, but the colours are not right. I get green bars coming across it. I've had about 5 different Spectrums, to be honest. Arcade games. I think that the earliest arcade game I can remember putting money in was down a second-hand shop. So I was too scared to put the money in when everybody was watching. Everybody used to watch people playing the arcade games. And if you remember, it was like I was 5 or 6 people behind. It was a witch game or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. It was in the second-hand shop and it was behind the curtain, which was perfect for me. So I remember when we 10 pence, walking about 2.5 to 3 miles down Hilton Road in Sunderland, finding this shop and going in, put me money in, lasting about 25 seconds, and then walking about 3 miles back. But I'd love it. I can't remember the name of the game. I can't remember. But Gunfight, I think that was one of the first games I seen. Monaco GP. Clones of Space Invaders in Sunderland Town Centre. We were blessed with loads of arcades in Sunderland, not just on the seafront, because from the city centre to the seafront is about a mile, if that. But inside the Sunderland city centre, we had loads of different arcades as well. And I used to be down Sunderland city centre every night playing them. So, saying that, you know, just the same as yours, really. 64 VIC-20s, SNES, Dreamcast, CD32, Amiga, ST, Mega Drive for 3 years. It was back in the day when I was still in the mentality where you had to either have a 64 or a Spectrum. You couldn't have both. And even though I could afford both, and I did buy both, I was in the mentality where you thought you've still only got to choose one. So I give them both machines a few days each. I played Castles of Illusions on the Mega Drive and Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo. And I stuck with the Super Nintendo and sold the Mega Drive. So PlayStation, Wipeout 2097, favorite game of all time. And just Dreamcast and Saturns and usual stuff, really.
Do you count?
To go through it quickly.
Yeah. Do you count a PC as a gaming device?
No, I've never seen that as anything that's I've been attracted to. I've never been able to really sort of have a PC where it will make the games perform the way they should, I suppose. So no. The only thing I've done on a PC when I got one was get MAME on it, and that was it. So
I mean that's a fair enough comment. I mean, I tend to find that people that did own Amigas and Atari STs do count PCs generally as gaming devices because they played those types of games like Sim City and all of that on the Amiga. So when they got themselves a PC, which eventually everybody did. I mean, we've all got one probably now at home sitting in a corner somewhere, and therefore will have bought a game for it or have got a Steam account and have played some games. But I do recognize people that will also go, I just don't count it as a games device, and that's fair enough.
It's just because I didn't have one to have that experience with.
Yeah,
gaming. Do you know what I mean? That's
why. So your nostalgia aspect is severely less than if you had done, back in the day in Doom and all of that sort of
maybe
stuff.
It would have been, but me nostalgia is all about the 8-bit, really.
Yeah.
Spectrum and 64, obviously.
So basically, you're caught up, Mark. So there's a question on the screen. We're going to go back to Colin because Denny's already answered it. Right. Colin was going to be next, and then if you just have a little look at that question, you can think of something for yourself, Mark. Colin's now going to fill us in with his particular side of that.
Before I do that, I think you mentioned gunfight. I'm not sure if you'll hear this, but
I can't
familiar.
I cannot remember the tune of the sounds of it.
Yeah, that was from
Boot Hill.
Yeah.
Aye. Is it the two little cowboys on each side?
Yeah.
Or a cutlass in the middle or something?
Yeah, and the guns which you used to do is you go to up to point the gun down and down to point the gun up, and you used to confuse the shit out of me. Right. I never really say I'm going to enjoy a series. Because the same after same I get bored with. What I like is the offbeat games, games which have a unique way of playing it. I mean, you've got a load of things. If you go to the arcades, I mean, King and Balloon, which had a unique take on Space Invaders Galaxians. Most people don't like that game, but I do. I like it. Exerion, which has got momentum in it, and if you flow with it, you can actually get with the game. Even things like the very difficult Capcom game Speed Rumbler, it's different. And it's the different games I like. Space Taxi, Jumpman, which is a platform game. Space Taxi is based on Lunar Lander. All different things. So I can't say I like a series as such. But I do like offbeat games. Mainstream games, I'm not so much a big fan on. If you've got to shoot them up, and it's just the same as everything else, and it don't stand out, I don't remember it, and I don't want to go back to it. But shoot 'em ups with a bit of difference, yes, love them. Platform games with a bit of difference, yes, love them. Now, series of games that I hate, I won't say I hate. I can't say I hate. I hate playing. If I can watch somebody who's good playing it, fair enough, that's good. And these are going to be the Double Dragon style games. The things that started with Double Dragon, just like Denny was saying there. But I'm not going to say Street Fighter, because I never got into them anyway. But Double Dragon started a game a game style which is same throughout whatever you do. I mean, people rave about Final Fight this and Turtles that, and even The Simpsons. They all play the bloody same.
Yeah.
All they are is the same game with different skins on. And, those sort of things I can't say I enjoy. The Street Fighter style games I don't like. And again, unless I'm watching somebody good play. To me, they're mash, cash grabs. Continue, yes. Put another coin in, and off you go, and you're dead. You've been beaten in another couple of seconds, unless you know what you're doing with those buttons. And I've never got into them because I've never enjoyed them playing. There's one game on that series I enjoy watching, which is Darkstalkers, because they got a different style of character. So this is a nice variety, not your usual run-of-the-mill things. Again, offbeat. It's an offbeat thing. Even though I can't play it, I can get about three fights in, and I can't get past the fourth one. But no, it's as I say, it's variety I like. It's variety that keeps me going. And when you got something that's different, not a series. I mean, I've never. I mean, even things like Pajama Rama and Everyone's a Wally. Never played Pajama Rama. Completed Everyone's a Wally, and I think there was another one afterwards. I mean, Automania was another one, wasn't it? In the same series.
Yeah.
But Everyone's a Wally is the only one of that I got into. Dizzy games I've never got into at all. Mind you, I had a Commodore 64, not a Spectrum. But Dizzy games, basically like Everyone's a Wally, really. Without a little bit of a tip sheet, I would never have completed Everyone's a Wally. But I did buy Everyone's a Wally on a Commodore 64 and was slightly disappointed with the way it was done. You could only see, you know what I mean? There were 5 characters, but you could only see 2 on a screen at one time. If there was a third one on there, he'd be invisible.
Yeah.
But on the Spectrum, you could see all 5 because they were lazy and used sprites.
Yes.
And didn't bother multiplexing them. But yeah, it was an early game though, so we forgive him that. The game didn't reduce the enjoyment of the game because you could still play it perfectly well. But it was a little bit of a disappointment with that one. But no, variety is the best thing. I suppose if you want to go for a series, Elite, Frontier, Elite 2, Elite, Elite Dangerous, even though I've not got time to learn Elite Dangerous, that would be a series I enjoy. If I had time to play Elite Dangerous, I would, but I don't have time. I've got it. But all I've done is the tutorials on that. But yeah. Variety. That's my key.
Yeah.
And again, you talk about variety. There is no variety in the Double Dragon style games and the Street Fighter games. There's no variety.
What about point and click adventures and text adventures and all of those?
I used to like text adventures until they overcomplicated it, starting with I think Sherlock. Sherlock was over. The Hobbit was good. Sherlock started to get a bit complicated. The porn I could never get into. I could never get far into. Could never get far into Zork, to be honest. Point and click I've never got into. I've tried. I just can't get into them for some reason.
Yeah.
I just get frustrated trying different things and not getting anywhere. Although I have done some of the older Flash games like the Red Room and things like that. Remember those ones?
Yeah.
I think Flash is retro now, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that everything, Colin, or anything to add?
That's about the outline of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we got to go over to Mark now because he's had a thought now, had a think. And is there anything in that question like that? You know, I mean, is there anything that you'd like to say about games that you like and games that you dislike? And it can be arcade or stuff that you've bought or whatever, you know.
Same as Ponder. The things that come to mind is beat 'em ups, the Double Dragons, Golden Axes, Renegades. Just kind of get away with them. Cannot get away with them. Just feel claustrophobic when I've got 6 bloody punks hanging around my neck and trying to choke us, and I just feel like, just fucking get off, and try to find the boring combinations. I think the weak moves that you've got to get through the game with, where
I'm just going to interrupt a second because the one thing I don't get about it is that all of you and I'm one of I'm sort of the same, have all mentioned about the beat 'em ups, you know, how, you know, I don't hate them, but I dislike them. I've never gotten into them. Yet they were the most popular thing going, and they made more clones of them than anything. So am I missing something, or is it something like I used to actually did quite like them actually secretly, but I went off them because there's just been so many? Is there been a time, therefore, that you can actually turn around and say, do you know what? I was actually quite impressed and I actually liked it. I'm just saying I don't like it now because when I think about it as a whole, I just don't. Because I'm missing something here because
I've tried.
There's been so many of them, and yet they were they were a coin grabber. So what is it that I'm missing in regards?
I think
don't think you're missing anything. I think what it is none of us here like the mainstream. We all like more unusual stuff. If it's all the same, we don't follow the crowds.
I think back in the day, apart from like your usual karate games as well, you never seen just people who we could relate to, which was people who was just on the street walking on the council estates to go into the shop and get jumped and start getting their heads punched in. So when you started punching people and the sound effects were really good, I think that sort of novelty thing was there as well.
Yeah,
just in karate games, But beat 'em ups now, absolutely boring, mate. The bore, mate.
Yeah.
I've tried to like think, right, why is this so popular? Spend a little bit time, hopefully, like the hook ability in Zap. Where is that hook ability? Where's it got? When am I going to get grabbed? How much time do I have to spend to get that hook ability? Like a lot of other games like that as well. Apart from beat 'em ups, and I give them some time, and I just turn around and say it's not my type of game. Simple as that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not my type of game.
Sorry to interject. It was just that I've just noticed, and I was going to say the same thing. I don't like them that much. But it was just, it's really weird how some of the best-selling Spectrum games have been things like Renegade, and or the consoles, it's been Final Fight and Street Fighter. And I'm going, am I missing something here? Because we're all there going, no, I don't like this. And yet they were the biggest-selling, most cloned thing going.
And the same with Colin with Dizzy. I kind of I've not got the energy and the time to pick someone up from one end of the screen and find out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing with it, and visiting all over the bloody game that I can to say, oh, is that where it's supposed to go? And then pick someone else up and gone all the way somewhere else looking for. I can't be bothered with it. Can I be bothered? It's too. It's too cute as well. He just doesn't look right when he's spinning around, and he just jump. You know what I mean? But no, I don't like Dizzy games. Don't like beat 'em ups. If there's anything different I do not like is probably strategy games. I wouldn't bother even trying strategy games. I haven't got.
Is that all strategy or
just facts and stats and stuff like that? But saying that, that's not role playing games. I didn't mean that because I love the Sacred Amana. And I sort of like Final Fantasy, apart from getting stopped every 5 seconds for another bloody battle. That's what put us off.
Walk along the map for 2 steps and bang.
That's what stopped me playing Final Fantasy 7 when it came out the PlayStation, because you just it was part of the game, and maybe that's the way they are, and you either like them or you didn't like them. I even bought Shining the Holy Ark. It was that type of game on the Saturn, and I thought that would have been a good game, but straight away I played for 15 minutes and that was enough. Couldn't be bothered. Stop, start. Just you're not getting anywhere. You know what I mean?
What about then for you, Mark? Because
series. I suppose we've been taught in genres really as well, haven't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, forget series for a bit. Then just mention things that you know, probably like platforms, shoot 'em ups. What
well, obviously gravity games. I've always been a big fan of them. I like to be able to have absolute full control of who you are on the screen. There's just something about that. Also, I sort of like the Ghosts and Goblins arcade Pig's Quests. But I've recently discovered, if I look through my channel, I've probably played arcade adventures more than any other type of game. The likes of Dan Dares and the Icon 64 games. I saw I like them as well, really. And this is why I want to attack Exile.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a good deep game to get into, really. But any other series outside of the 8-bits, I'd say Zelda. Absolutely love Zelda to bits.
Yeah.
Zelda 3 on the SNES, one of the best games I've ever played in my life. The
Is that,
experience
is that including the most up-to-date Switch type Zeldas, or are those a little bit
no, I like the
far in
linear.
advance of...
I like the linear rather than open world. I like to have an objective to go to. That's what you're supposed to be doing, and you get your reward with a weapon, and like the Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time. So that's it. I think Zelda's probably the best series for me. And one of the worst ones is Super Mario Brothers. I think that's totally overrated.
Oh, okay.
Bashing the head off the thing, just repetitive and boring. Really,
Fair
which
enough.
is why I kind of see why Great Gianna Sisters was so popular. But like I say, everybody's got different tastes. That's it.
Exactly.
There you go.
No, that's brilliant. I mean, I'm not going to keep it. I mean, I think we've all said the same sort of thing, and mine would be the same. My friend Martin said it the best, because we both agreed we didn't like these like Pajama Rama and all of that type of games. The way he worded it, he said, I hate these ones where he said that, you got to pick up the page from the desk and you take it down to the bottom of the garden, give it to the fairy, and the fairy then gives you a ring, and you take the ring and you go down to the water, and in the water you got to give the bait to the fish, and the fish gives you you know what I mean? Bollocks.
If there was some big challenge in between that objective, if there's some massive tricky challenge you had to get past to deliver the item, fair enough. But it just seems bit too bland, and
I think some of it is just so obscure as well. I mean, it's like
exactly.
You need the sprocket or something, right? And you got to take it and swap it for toothpaste. What the fuck's that all about?
Yeah, totally.
And I'm going, hey, where in the right mind does anybody think, oh yeah, I'm gonna change the bolt into a toothbrush?
Oh, exactly.
Or something. I mean, crap. Sorry. Even that alienates me. So as far as I can say, otherwise, I'm sort of like with you guys. I love shoot 'em ups. I like anything with a bit of inertia, something with a bit of a control system, which is probably why I like Jeff Minter stuff so much. So I don't use the word hate, but yeah, stuff that you might as well say is a spreadsheet probably bores me to tears. But then again, I will say that I did get involved in football manager games back in the early 2000s. I did actually play them, but I do find them very boring now. You know what I mean? I've got enough spreadsheets at work. I don't want another one. So we're just going to read out some of the comments now, because I mean, Christ. So we've got Robert saying ahoy. Thank you very much, Robert, for turning up. Ahoy,
Robert.
I mean, if you're still here, because you actually wrote that an hour and 20 minutes ago. The Retro Engine says you can use Google Sheets for that free. This is how far these go back, Colin. Hi, everyone, as well. Never tuned in before. No, lovely to have you if you're still here, Retro Engine. We've got Chromebooks Rock, Retro. New beaters in a Sheffield. Think they sold trains as well, amongst other things. Yeah,
BT Bottle Shop, lovely jubbly. Yeah. And I remember BT's was where I first saw a Vic 20.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dixon's and Curry's was the first time I think I saw Vic 20. Yeah, it was. They were selling in televisions and ColecoVisions, and they had a few computers, and the Vic 20 was there with its data set. Yeah, and cartridges. They sold cartridges, and I remember Omega Race was in a silver box, in the Vic 20 silver boxes and stuff. Their cartridges were white, weren't they, with silver labels?
Yeah.
Yeah. Denny Duke says, please like the stream. Thank you very much for putting that, Danny. Please, yes, do like the stream. Retro Engine says, no one loves the Oryx. Would you say that was true, Colin? No one loves the Oryx. Nobody's got a nice thing to say about the Oryx.
It's part of history. It's got its place.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it was a brilliant machine. It had a decent sound chip for the time, but it wasn't a brilliant machine. The color on it, how the color worked was very similar to how teletext works. You have to have a whole character space as the color character. And the next one then was that new color.
It wasn't like Apple then, and Apple's color card. No. Apple's
it was more like 7. It was more like teletext or mode 7 on a BBC Micro.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk quite at length on how Apple developed their color graphic card. Bloody hell, bloody awful. But anyway,
and the keyboard on the Oryx was awful, but the Atmos was much improved.
Oh, the Atmos was lovely. I had a red key, had some red function keys and all that sort of stuff. It was very nice. Through the Lens, hey fellas, that's my friend Josh. Brilliant. He's put the last video game I played was Forza Horizon 4 a couple of years ago. I'm not a huge gamer despite my age. And Denny, you mentioned race games and you talked about Outrun and stuff. What do you think of modern race games?
They leave me cold. They completely leave me cold.
Leave you cold, yeah.
I just don't want to know. If it doesn't come out of an arcade, I just don't want to know.
Yeah. Well, but what about the sort of like micro machine type games that you see on Steam and so forth that they've improved the graphics on and stuff?
Oh God, now Micro Machines was one of them I thought was boring, absolutely boring.
I think me and Mengmeister summed it up the best, that if you try and play those games, the thing is, if somebody is good and you're not, then all you'll see is the person winning. And you're left behind, and you won't see them for dust, and basically that's a load of shit.
I think the only trouble, like when they used to come on the 8-bit machines, because the draw distance was only so far, you only got a bit of road, and every time you could never see the end of the road. You always end up going off the edge. You know, it's one of them. I can't be. To be honest, I just there was. I think it was like Colin saying, there's no variety in them games.
So, in your opinion, what was the last good race game?
Stunt Car Racer.
Stunt Car Racer, fair enough. Good shout.
It was good, well programmed, but I found that boring as well.
I've never really played
it. I used to like the sound effects when you crash. Yeah. They made your teeth itch.
No, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously the only one that really ever made me jaw drop was, I said, Outrun. When I saw that at the arcade, it was just, I thought, my God, we're going through it into another stage, but.
Well, Mark said Wipeout, didn't you? But is there any other ones, Mark?
Well, from the arcades.
Well, race games. What was the last good race game, would you say, in your opinion?
I thought as far as like being in the home, I thought apart from Whitewave 2097, which I think is the most amazing game ever. Especially played with an Eggcon controller. I thought Rage Racer was good. Not Ridge Racer, Rage Racer. And also Sega Rally on the Saturn.
Yeah.
And then I put Daytona just underneath that. Daytona US, yeah.
Daytona was great, yeah. Right. What about you?
Mario Kart's okay in small doses.
Yeah.
In small doses.
I had that on the SNES. I couldn't get away. I preferred Street Racer. I had Street Racer on the Saturn. That was sharper and just felt better.
Buggy Boy. That was all right. Buggy Boy.
Buggy Boy in the kerfuffle. That was fun.
That's always going to be down it.
But was it you that said, Mark, about Outrun, that you thought that was the end of?
I did.
Outrun.
Yeah.
Now?
I thought not then Outrun. I thought was the arcades were changing. I thought all the big cars were coming in, so you were losing the likes of just your simple cabs, from the 82s, and even when Popeye came, that was a big cab. Where I thought anyway, it was like a total change. I thought when I seen Popeye, but then when you seen the likes of Space Area, it was probably before that Star Wars cab came in, the local arcades, and that was just like pushing smaller cabinets out. It's taking that much room up, and I just didn't like it. It's just what you're doing is just like you should be in somewhere else. You should be in the grab machines. Yeah, it's a novelty thing. The big space areas, the outrun, sitting down and stuff like that. I couldn't get away with it. But that's just what you used to, innit? You used to stand up, playing on a cabinet, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to me and racing, both me and Mainmeister have been playing this New Star GP, which is a bit of an obscurity, really, because it's like Virtua Racer, and I'd say that was pretty good. But my last most fun racer that I ever played, I think, is Outrun 2002. I mean, I really did like Outrun 2002, and it got a home edition that just came out on the first Xbox, even, and that was virtually the same as the arcade. So,
is that called Outrun? Is it called Outrun 2? Or did it?
Oh yeah, pretty much. It's out, but they had a year. It's Outrun 2002.
It's down South Shields, not too far away from me.
Yeah, it's very good. You basically do lots of sort of like races, like collect the hearts and all of this sort of stuff as you're racing around, and it's not sprite based, but I would say it was probably the most fun that I've had compared to the original Outrun. The original Outrun is just still amazing to me what it was doing. Outrun is more like Ridge Racer in looks, but I do love that Outrun. I think it's really quite good, and it's got that nostalgia belt in the fact that it plays all of that Passing Breeze and Magical Sound Shower ones along with some new ones. So it's got a little bit of everything for me, a bit of nostalgia and a bit of new. You know what I mean? So
there is actually a modern racing game that I've completely forgot about. It's in about H2 Overdrive by Raw Thrills. I thought I thought that was a bit different. Yeah, I just remember that because I used to play down Bournemouth every year. 50p ago. It was good actually. That was all right.
Yeah, as long as none of us turn around and say the race games that are in the Bond games, we're all right. I think because I think we can all just turn around and say what a bag of shit they were.
The three earliest arcade games, racing games I remember playing were all in the same little place as well. There was only about 15 cabs there. It was in MF5. It was called Auto Leisureland, and 3 games were Sprint, Crash, and Superbug. Actually, Night Driver was there as well. Anybody play Superbug?
Night Driver, I've seen, yeah.
Superbug was a good little game. You were like a Beetle, top down, racing about. Oil patches, black and white. You used to spell the words out rather than show the graphics, a bit like Willy with the gas.
Yeah.
Spelling gas rather than showing you gas.
I know Colin's played lots of race games. He's played that up and down or whatever it's called. Up
and down's good.
It's more like a main game than a race game.
Yeah, yeah, but it's still got cars in it, isn't it? You still
didn't get a very good score on Zap, did it?
No, that's true.
Probably didn't time enough.
50, 60 odd percent, I think.
No, it was a good little game. I thought it was a good conversion as well.
Not a bad conversion at all, to be honest.
No. But they seem to give Zap seem to give games that are oldish arcade games not very good scores. When you look at like some Dew's Castle and Mooncrest, do you know what I mean? Just it's like they didn't have just like say it as a game and give it a score as a game. They sort of said, well, it's out now, so I'm not going to give it so much score. That's where it felt at the time, anyway. Which is what they've done with like the Underworld and Saberwolf as well. But I think Saberwolf didn't deserve a very good score, to be honest.
No. Yeah, fair enough. I'd probably agree with that. There was the odd one, that when they did arcade games in Zap, there's the odd one where they gave it a good going, like Terra Cresta and things like that. But I must admit, whenever there was a game like Spy Hunter, they'd say, "Oh, it's old 50% or whatever it was," and I'd go, "Why? It's almost arcade bloody perfect." What is it? Is it because you're looking at it from the accuracy of the sound, the graphics, and the gameplay, and so anything that goes beyond or what the game is, you class as not being accurate. And so therefore, Commando with its 3 levels, you give it 50% because it should have 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you looking at it so arse like that, anal like that? Because I sometimes think they did that too much,
The trouble with Zap, that just seem to lose the plot out sometimes. I mean, if you take Delta, 70 something. I mean, it was great. I mean, Stavros Vassoulis, that guy was a wizard with the Commodore 64. That game was easily a sizzler in anybody's book. So,
well, Jerry Wrigley loved it, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. 70 something, and as to this day, I can't understand. I mean, I go back to that Fist 2. I cannot understand the low marks, some of them.
Yeah,
it's whether, whether any silver, across the palms or anything, I don't know. But some of the scores was just strange.
It was very strange.
It maddens me when they say Delta is just a memory game. All the horizontal shoot 'em ups are memory games.
Yes, they are.
They're all patterns. You've all got to get in the right position. You know what I mean? It's like, well, just about every game's a memory. Just about. It's a memory game, isn't it? You got to know when to jump. You got to know when to time it. You got platform games and memory games. These horizontal shoot games and memory games.
I agree.
They're different to skill games. Skill games like Joust, where you've got to actually control that bird, or say like thrust. You've got to control that. You just
I agree. It's too much of a throwaway, generalized comment.
Yeah,
isn't it? I mean, you could wrap everything up in a single line like that.
Definitely.
You've got to count each game on its own merits, and therefore you shouldn't just go, oh, it's a memory game, because then sanction comes in, and you go, well, what was the difference between those two? Then why did you give that one that, this one? Then what is the difference between them? They're both memory games.
But one of the biggest travesties in Zap was obviously, and I'm a bit biased, was Whizball. That was one of the most original games that was ever released, and it never even got a gold medal. I mean,
no.
Whizball's one of the best games on the Commodore 64.
It's my favourite. It's the best game ever released, as far as
I think Gary Pence since said that should have gotten a gold medal.
Yeah.
We should have gotten a gold medal.
But it was just weird, I mean, to this day, it's some of their scores are just completely out to kilter. Completely.
I know Julian Rigland he wasn't too fussed about it. He's probably the same. I've got the same probably perspective as him. It's one of them games I've not given enough time to get into, but I appreciate how good it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. So we go on. Denny Duke says, loved playing Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2. That will cheer up.
Well, hey, there's somebody for Guild Wars 3 in the clan.
Yeah,
this isn't going to look good on a green screen, but
Yay!
What's that?
A Whizball t-shirt. Well, a
hoodie. It's a hoodie.
Yeah. Thought it was a gobstopper.
Yeah, it's because the green screen's messing up the color on it. Yeah.
You got Sinjin saying, hey, Denny Dukes, how's it going? Then he's got, I haven't played on any console for over 6 years. I do miss playing them, I must admit. Does anyone remember Jet Set Willy on the ZX Spectrum, the one with the rubber keyboard? Sorry, am I showing my age? No, you're not showing your age.
And the bug which stopped you from completing it unless you got the poke sheet to actually fix it.
Yeah, let's go round the horn. So, Denny, your memories of Jet Set Willy.
My memories of Jet Set Willy was borrowing it off a friend, bringing it round my house and another friend. We got coloured pens, and had to write because it was all you had to type in the colours to open the game.
The piracy part,
piracy part, yeah. But it's funny when you look back and the release like Manic Miner, and you think, oh my god, how can games get better than this? The graphics are fantastic, and then when we released this, you say, how on earth did he put this in? It was like I don't know how to put it. He was like a celebrity. This guy was Matthew Smith. And when these games come out, you couldn't wait, could you? You used to see the advert in Crash and in Zap. and you're thinking, I can't wait for this game to come out. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And it always when it did come out, it was like the the in thing at the time. You used to play it to death. But I always remember my biggest memory of Jet Set Willy was if he fell off the one screen, it was the constant death. He just kept falling through.
Oh,
all the bugs. You couldn't complete it. But nobody knew these things until years later. When there was.
So your memories totally ZX Spectrum Jet Set Willy, or are they for any other versions?
Yeah, I mean at the time Jet Set Willy, I had a Spectrum then. Mainly like all the things for the Spectrums, like all the Ultimate stuff. I remember all them. That one game that comes into my mind is Critical Mass, which I always think it was better on the Spectrum than the Commodore 64.
Better on the Spectrum.
Jet Set Willy was better on the Spectrum than on the Commodore 64. The way they did the stairs, why couldn't they do diagonal stairs?
Oh Christ,
diagonal
the stairs,
like they did on the Spectrum.
Yeah.
Well, the worst version, isn't it? It is the same stairs that we used in the Commodore 64, pretty much on the Atari 800, the Atari 800 version. Those square boxes, and that's a bloody nightmare on the Atari 800. It's bloody.
It breaks the fluidity. It does. It
I
breaks.
always used
to. They're moving.
Yeah.
Across, then up, then across, then up.
I did always used to laugh though at the ZX Spectrum stairs because it was just a direct diagonal line at the end of the day, and I used to go, "What the hell's this?" I mean, Christ.
Yeah, but as I was saying, it kept fluidity.
Yeah,
it was smooth. It was smooth. Yeah. It kept you moving.
You understand where I'm coming from. You can understand why they did a 64 and it looks like stairs. You look at the Spectrum one and it's a diagonal line. It's like what it's just a slope. It's not. It's not stairs at all.
If you take any game, really
it's a diagonal line. That's what it is, and I think that's why they chose it in the first place. Why they went steps was weird.
Everybody's interpretation, isn't it? So
a lot of the games coming from the Spectrum, like Jet Set Willy, Manic Minders to the Commodore 64, that was worse. I mean, if you take like Mark said, Cyberwolf, the colours was a lot duller. Now, I'm hanging out on a limb here, but there's a new one coming out, a reimagined version of Cyberwolf on the Commodore 64.
Yeah.
And it still doesn't look as good as what the Spectrum version was. The colours on the Spectrum just make that game pop.
Well, it's different palette, isn't it? So,
I think there was only one isometric game on the 64 that really worked, and that was Head Over Heels.
Yeah, you're right.
Even though the music got a bit tiresome after a while, I did actually work through and completed that game.
No,
I thought you were going to say Chimera then. Bloody hell!
no, Head Over Heels beats Chimera.
I think tiling the floor on Head Over Heels made a big difference for your position and stuff. Whereas Night Law, you were sort of off guessing because it was just a black floor, so you didn't realise if you're going to be getting too close to an object, was you trying to navigate around certain things. I think the tile floor made a big difference in Head Over Heels.
Yeah.
I never was into those isometric games, but I do understand why people like them. I never was into Fairlight and Great Escape and all of that.
Back in those days, I used to work in a computer shop, and question that was asked almost on a daily basis is, have you got Alien 8 in yet? Have you got Alien 8 in yet?
Yeah, we got Alien 8.
We got 10 copies of Alien 8, expecting to all sell out. They were still there when I left the shop.
Wow.
Because it was so similar to Saber Wolf, nobody bought it.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted it.
I'm imagining it's the same person, like the little duck that comes in and says, "Have you got any grapes?" and then walks away. Got any grapes?
Got any nails?
But your memories, Colin, of Jet Set Willy then, not just the Spectrum, just Jet Set Willy as a whole, like that era. What do you remember about the piracy part of it? The filling out the. Did you try and photocopy it and all of that sort of stuff? Did you know someone with a color photocopier or whatever?
Well, not color photocopy. I mean, I was bloody expensive back then. Used to
Yeah, I
actually
know.
write out the codes.
But I
Right,
did
so-
know
Yeah.
some. I did know.
Colour
Some,
them in
I
on
did
a
know.
piece of
I
grass,
did know somebody though who worked at Prontoprint. So actually, I could have gone that route. But anyway, you carry on.
As for piracy, I'm not gonna say I was into piracy or anything, but I had a little adapter where I could plug 2 C2N cassette recorders into my Commodore 64.
I had that. I can't
But
remember
you
the
know,
name of it.
Colin, I made mine.
I bought mine.
Remember back in the day that you used to have the electronics part, you know, of certain magazines like
yeah.
Computer Weekly or whatever it was, and they used to sell you kits. So my one was a ribbon cable that split.
Yeah.
You know, it went into the dataset port and it went out to 2 datasets, and there was
Lovely.
a small little chip that was in between it, so that basically.
Like a little
And
circuit
all you
board
did was solder 2 chips and a couple of resistors plus the ribbon cable, and that was it. It was the most brilliant thing, because when you put the 2 data sets together, as long as the azimuth alignment was there, you were perfect.
Perfect copy.
A lot of people don't talk about azimuth alignment, but I had an interceptor micro azimuth alignment kit. And it had a game on the other side. I can't quite remember what the game was, what it was called on the other side. It was written by Ian Gray, the lovely Ian Gray, but I can't remember what it was. But the azimuth alignment kits, the azimuth alignment kits were brilliant.
Yeah.
On
the subject of piracy, the dirtiest thing I've ever known for piracy, and I mean, I say dirty. It was a perfect copy program for a Commodore 64 with a disk drive.
Yeah.
But even with the Write Protect tab on, if you tried to copy itself, it would wipe it.
Yeah.
It would wipe the disk if you tried to copy itself. It didn't tell you this, but my mate, he paid 15 quid for this copy program. And he copied something. Yeah, worked first time. Great. Absolutely perfect. I'm going to make a copy of this now. And it never worked again.
Yeah.
And even though the Write Protect was on it, it wiped the disk somehow. And I thought that was a hardware issue.
I forgot what the channel name is. It's not 8-Bit Guy, but there's a nice guy in the States, and he goes into all of the cartridge stuff. And again, he talked about a game that wiped itself. And I think he was also saying if you could get Pirates to work, and he tried to do a copy of Pirates, I think, Sid Meier's Pirates, and it wiped the database didn't work in regards to all of the sheets when you tried to do it in a certain way.
Would that be Robin 8-Bit Show and Tell?
It could be. I'm just not sure. It's an oldish guy, and he's really, really good. I do like his channel.
You normally only see his hands.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. He was the one who told me that there are 3 or 4 different versions of Bruce Lee, and you could tell what they are by the header of the code when you freeze it. There's a version A, B, C. B crashes if you get to a certain part because of how the way that sprites are set up on the screen. It does a reset or a blank when you come off of one screen and come on the other. So if you've got a particular version and you were playing it on a UK machine, not an American one, it caused it to crash, and it's usually about screen 20 or whatever it is. Brilliant. I learned so much from him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I found. If you remember Cauldron, if you copied the game, it would, you know the story.
Yeah.
I found I was gonna show it tonight. I found me original pirated copy of Cauldron from 40 years ago, from the original Cauldron that I hired out in the shop. I found it last week, so I'm going to load that up sometime soon and see if there's any difference, because it is supposed to be even harder than actually playing the original.
Yeah. Try it 2 ways. Try it with the play button kept down, and also try it when it finishes loading. Stop the tape, because that should bypass any piracy protection.
I've been there both times that Mainmeister has interviewed the programmer, Richard Leinfelder, or whatever his name is, right? Both when he came up with that story and said the tapes were specifically set to a cut length and all of that sort of stuff, I was still in 2 minds about, I'm sorry, that don't make sense, because it's been on compilations and all sorts of stuff. You're telling me that you altered the code before you gave it to the duplicators and all of this. It just didn't make sense to me that people who copied it worked by the basics. The data set would stop when it got.
I would think it would be taken out for that, for compilations specifically.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because if he's
bought.
going on the compilations, he would have had the permission, and he would have said, "Let's take this code out."
Well, I bought about a year ago. I've actually made a video. It's on my channel. I bought about a year ago the budget release of Cauldron on its own, not in a compilation. I loaded it up and I played exactly the same as what you always play.
Yeah,
which is like saying like.
I just sometimes
I've checked it out.
I sometimes think it's just exuberance by the programmer. He just wanted to have a little anecdote, really, and it's not really.
Yeah, we should have. You should understand people like me.
It's made people talk
hunt
about
it down. I'll hunt it down and I'll do it, and I want to find the truth. So that's
right.
what I've done. I've got me copy taken from the original. I hide it out in the shop when it came out. This is the copy of it, and that's what I'm going to be trying out.
But is this one of these? Is it one of these stories though, like this trailer they used to have in Lunar Jetman?
That's what I mean. I just think it's got people talking.
What's that, Denny?
People going back and doing it. That's the whole point of it. I don't think it was true at all.
Yeah, basically, Mark, it was somebody put a picture in Crash of this. Like the trailer you pull in your car sometimes, what you put stuff in. They put this picture of this trailer, and they said you could find this in Lunar Jetman. And it turned out it was a hoax in the end because somebody took apart all the code and there was now trailering. Yeah, I just wonder whether it's one of those type of stories.
Well, this is coming from the programmer.
Yeah,
it might be the programmer. It's just another way to stop it copying it, I suppose. At the time,
like I said, I just think it's an amusing anecdote. I don't.
Yeah, that's it.
It was to me. It was a piece of exuberance that you'd go, really? Did that sounds like it sounds plausible, but I'm still. And then, of course, he then carried on and says, when we got to America, we changed it. So the American version is easier, and that makes sense. But this data set where it stops, and if you didn't record it, it didn't stop, and so therefore it was harder. I think I just think it's just a.
I know you can do it. It's just reading. Because it's basically a peak of one.
Yeah.
Because that tells you whether the cassette is the play button's down or not.
Yeah.
The cleverest copy protection I've ever seen, and I've seen this myself, was on Spyro 3. If you had a copy disc of Spyro 3 and you put that in, half the gems were missing, and when you saw the fairy, it says, "Oh, it looks like you're using a pirated version here." It was actually copy protection. It was copy protection built into the game that if you just copied it, you wouldn't know until you actually tried to play it. And you could.
There's been some fantastic ways, hasn't there? Really, I mean, really good. We'll have to talk about piracy at some point. It's a big part of our lives. If it
wasn't for piracy, we wouldn't have half the stuff we got now. To be honest with you, even though it was bad for the programmers at the time, it's really good for preservation.
And then again, even the best-selling games didn't help Matthew Smith, did it?
No.
So,
well, if you think of it this way, if you pirated a game and you didn't like it, you wouldn't play it anyway.
No,
so really,
that is it. That is it.
So you wouldn't rip anybody.
I did end up buying Spyro 3.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, if I liked the game, I'd buy it anyway. So.
Oh, I'm so stupid. I bought Quake -1. Fucking hell, what a piece of shit. Right, anyway. Right, we go on. Good evening, Delboy and friends. Hello, Muckman Movies. I haven't spoken to him in a while. Favorite Spectrum 48 game? Go. Mine was Starquake.
Starquake was good, man. Yeah.
So going around the horn, your favorite Spectrum game, Denny?
I didn't have a Spectrum. But,
that's all right. You can think of something in a minute.
Starquake was good.
It was good. It was good on the 64 as well.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll answer mine very quickly. I only had a Spectrum for about 4 or 5 months. My favorite game on the Spectrum was Jetpack. Over to you guys. Although I would say Attic Attack is probably my favorite, but carry on.
God, that's an hard question, really. I think at the time, if I was to say at the time, that what blew me away was I know that they had Nightlaw done before Cyberwolf.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Cyberwolf was when that come out, that was the next big thing, and it's always stuck with me. And I think
Yeah,
it's
the engine was old before it even came out, is what they said,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Because they were working on the Nightlaw engine for in conjunction, weren't they? So
I just thought the gameplay and the graphics just popped off that machine. You know, that's one of the things the Spectrum could do that the Commodore couldn't. You know, sometimes
it's a different hue. It's a different hue palette. That's all.
Yeah.
You can have 16 colors, but if they're all dull and half brightness, you're not going to get very far, are you?
No. But
the biggest thing that people keep saying is that Commodore 64 didn't have a red.
This is true, absolutely true.
You know what I mean? So, and even if you hooked it up into a Commodore monitor with a chroma key, it's still not red.
Dark
It's
red.
it's a brownie orange, you know, at best.
that's Dad would say brown.
It's just that's just the side of what the Commodore 64 was. I mean, as long as something reflects red, this is what we've got as red, and so this is red. It's not bad. But then again, Panther always used to turn around and say, "Bloody hell, all your bloody rocks are red." And I mean, how many rocks do you see then? You know, and cliff faces that are bright. Tree bark is red. You know what I mean? Because you haven't got brown, right? And that was his sort of like little joke that he brought out. So it's also
that red thing there with the Commodore 64. I only fairly recently found that out, but it does explain why I could never get the 3D glasses. The red and blue glasses to work.
It hasn't got a true red, and everything. Out of the 8 colors, the other 8 colors are half brightness, basically. They're just a different version of the same thing, but a slightly different hue. You know,
I think it was the opposite side of a resistor wheel.
Yeah.
I think it was the chroma resistor wheel.
Yeah. That's why you have a chroma line on it. So
I think red lead wasn't red, was it? On the 64.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cyberwolf then for me, yeah.
So Cyberwolf for you, Colin. Trash Man. No, it's not. Go on.
I'm going to say Bomb Jack because I played that again the other day and I got really far in it. Yeah, I'm going to say Bomb Jack because I played Bomb Jack on my mate's Spectrum and it was really good because it was in the pub shortly before that. I got really good at Bomb Jack in the pub. And when I got the Spectrum version, I thought, this is good. I can't wait for the Commodore 64 version to come out.
I know the story. I know the story because you always go on and say, Bomb Jack, bag of shit. I do know the story. Doesn't annoy me at all. It does. Go on. Anyway.
Bomb Jack.
What's yours then, Mark?
Spectrum, recently, well, for years it's been Wheelie. And Lunar Jetman. But recently, I'd say Roller Coaster as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a good game.
Not many people talk
Saying
about
that. The game that blew me away when I seen it, like totally blew us away, was Cyberwolf, same as Denny. Not just the graphics, how it looked, but the anticipation of going into the room, thinking you might, because once you start getting to know the map and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The anticipation of going into the room, thinking you might find a piece. And I think I've said it before, it was like just waking up on Christmas Day and run into the sitting room and seeing if you had a freaking present. You know, it was glowing pink, purple, whatever it was. And you got that little tune that goes with it, and it just felt so good when you got that. And Cyberwolf, I thought was brilliant. I think the biggest letdown with Cyberwolf was the actual Cyberwolf. He's like bloody soggy bug puss. I don't think he wasn't scary or nothing like that. He was just like a purple Alsatian, really, and you could easily sort of outmaneuver him. You just like dip down, see where he was. If he was come from left or right, if he was going in the direction that you wanted to go in, you went off screen, come back on, and he changed direction. So you wait for him to run past, He had no sense of smell. He could never smell you, so you could just stand just above him, wait for him to get past, and then get yourself away. So I think that the saber wolf was like the actual wolf was the biggest disappointment, and he wasn't even the boss that you had to get past to finish the game off. It was this sort of monk or something, like going left and right. It wasn't the saber wolf himself. He just hung out on between the Alps, just at top of the Alps before you went underneath and went into the second part of the game. But I'd say Wolf was brilliant. I loved Ultimate Games. I loved the packaging. I loved the
They were a class act, weren't they?
Excellent. They built the game up. A part of the games back in the day was what you read, what you got, the artwork, and they've done that brilliantly. Ultimate Play the game.
I mean, we could talk so much about Ultimate Play the games or Ashby computer graphics. I mean, when it comes to the Commodore 64, they had openly admit that they only knew Z80 code. They didn't know 6502. They openly bought in programmers to do Staff of Karnath, and, because they just didn't know how to program it. So the quality so the quality just dipped from Death Witch onwards, and all of that sort of stuff. So I totally get it. I liked Staff of Karnath personally. One of my biggest anecdotes was that when you load up Staff of Karnath, the loading screen with the castle is the music to Creep Show. It's the theme tune to the movie Creep Show and so forth.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
All right.
All of these little things are little anecdotes that that I've had over in the past. But just to end, favorite Spectrum, I did say Attic Attack and Jetpack. I will do an honorable mention of outside of Ultimate Play the game. I will say Death Chase, but that's just me, and it's not a 48K game. Death Chase, I do recognize that.
Well, I think that got voted #1 Spectrum game in your Sinclair.
Really?
Out of the top 100, yeah.
Oh wow! I mean, it's a cracking game. I must have to say. Blew me out of the park when I first saw it. But the first Spectrum game I actually ever saw was round a mate's house, and he had Trash Man.
That was a good game.
Arcadia was the first I saw.
Was it really? I had that on the VIC-20. So, of course, I did see it, at the same time as anybody else, along with Wacky Waiters and everything else. But
Wacky Waiters, I actually bought out of casino winnings.
Yeah, I bought Wacky Waiters. Bloody going from left to bloody right, piece of shit thing. That Eugene.
It was fun at the time, though. It was fun at the time.
Still playing it to death.
I think
did you get hold of Frantic and try to get used to that?
Yeah.
Remember,
I got a video online of Frantic.
I had so many VIC-20 games. It was one of the highlights of having that machine is that I just basically had just about everything, because it was also at the time where I was living next door to an American Air Force guy, and he worked on the base near where I live. So I live in Oxfordshire, so he lived at Upper Hayford and Croughton Air Force Base, and they have bulletin boards. That was it. I used to have all that stuff downloaded.
A game I used to play on the VIC-20, not much. It's a game I never really see. It's called, see if you've got a Psycho Shopper.
Psycho Shop, Mastertronic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think I already got rid of my VIC-20 by then. Yeah. I
Psycho Shopper.
But everybody knows that my favourite game on the VIC-20 is Metagalactic Llama's Battle at the Edge of Time.
That's good, that is.
But I thought
I know. Jerry Monsters.
I had Matrix.
Jerry Monsters was brilliant.
Yeah.
I could last for hours on Jerry Monsters on a single game.
Is that Pop-Man?
You could patent it.
Yeah, it is Mark.
Pop-Man game.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember on the Commodore 64, I used to turn around and say, no, Omega Race on the VIC-20 is better than the Commodore 64 version. And I played Jack Attack for years.
And I thought Matrix was better on the VIC-20 than on the 64.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It is the sound, but it's just the dimensions of the screen. Seamus on the VIC-20 is better than the Commodore 64 version. Yeah. Half the amount of screens, but I don't care that all the graphics overlap each other, but it's still the better game.
Shadow Worse than he's evil, more evil than evil, or Shadow.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, so I'm going to continue with my 8-bit years because I've got so many Vic 20 games. I did Hall of the Mountain King, didn't I?
Yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. I did K Light, whatever it was, I think it was called, and a few others. Bonzo, I was going to do next, believe it or not.
Yeah, that was
going to be the next Vic 20 game I was going to talk about, but there we are. So we carry on anyway. St. John says, I am good, mate. Denny Duke says, yes, mate, I'm good. Plan on watching the original Friday the 13th.
You're watching it.
St. John says, good, mate. I like Jet Set Willie. Wow, you remember Jet Set Willie? So glad I'm not alone.
The banyan tree.
Well, I am 49.
Plus 10. Plus 10.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse, Danny. You see, because you could be Denny. You see, and that's 89. So you know, I mean, you got to.
Well, I get my bus pass next year.
Almost a big 5-0, mate. That's a milestone in life. I never really thought about it when I got to 50. I have to say, since January, I remember Jet Set Willie. Are we discussing Catman? I knew Craig had come in and start talking about Catman. Yeah. In fact, actually, we've had Main Meister already talk about Catman in Prague. So there we are. St. John, Danny Jukes, I hope you have a big party to celebrate. Let me know. I'll raise a class for you. 10th. Yeah. Brilliant. That's in January. I think he's just told everybody in the world what his birthday is. Hated Jet Set Willie because it was incredibly hard and infuriating. Would you say Jet Set Willie was infuriatingly hard? Forget the bugs for a minute. Would you say it's infuriatingly hard, or would you just say it was just incredibly hard?
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah.
And because I didn't have a Spectrum, I didn't get much time on it, to be honest. So I never got into it.
I played the Commodore 64 version myself. So, yeah.
Yeah, I played the Commodore 64 version for about 5 minutes and never bought it.
Yeah, basically.
I think the good thing about Jet Set Willie is it's like roller coaster. You're not stuck on a screen to learn. It's like a Metroidvania game. You can, I hate that term, but you know what I mean.
Play it in any order.
You can go and practice something specific rather than just like follow a path that you've got to, and then come to a room where you're going to get stuck and then get killed and start all over again. You can actually go and practice different parts of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
that's the good thing about Jet Set Willie.
Didn't you find there was two elements though to these games? And I think you'll remember this, Mark. One is obviously playing the game, but the second is to see every single screen within the game.
Yeah.
It wasn't to play the game.
Like
to see every screen.
Like wandering about like Last of Summer Wine, just visiting it, and as if you're on a tour.
Yeah, like Chucky Ep5. Chucky Ep5 is another one.
Aye, exactly. I used to love going to say Norman Looney.
I'm just imagining now everybody giving their Jet Set Willie names of Compo and Last of the Summer Wine. Last of the Summer Wine Willie.
But I just exploring. It was one of them games as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Until you think I'm seriously going to try and attack this game and try and beat it. But apart from that, you just had a nice. There's loads of games like that. You just love wandering about. Loads of sword and stuff like that.
Oh god, yeah.
It was good. I mean, you know, the ability to be able to attack go in any direction and sort of go. Do you know what? I've got quite far. I'm going to go left this time, or I'm going to go up.
No, it's just visiting things. Yeah, say what's there. Say what crazy imagination.
In the style of Jet Set Willie, we got
Emus. Oh yeah, Emu. Yeah, the Vic 20 game. Yeah, the Emu. Yeah.
That's
cassette.
You bought the cassette version, all right? It is a great game. It's a crazy game. You wouldn't think the Vic 20 could do it, but Jesus Christ!
You've done a video on that, Colin, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. I was well surprised what I saw. Like, to be honest,
it only takes 2.5 minutes to load as well. 35k. On a Vic, it's got. I don't think I've ever known another Vic 20 game with a speed load, turbo loader on it.
Mm-hmm.
Turbo loaders weren't up when I had my Vic 20.
Oh, I just want to thank you you three actually for choosing a game for me. The next one I'm doing is Mark's. He's given me a game to do next. He's been a real bastard and given me a right.
No, I haven't.
Game. Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't. I'll give you a game that you like.
Don't say what it is. Don't say what it is because it's going to be a surprise.
All right.
But Yeah,
if you wanted to be a bastard, I would have been. I've tried to look after you, yeah.
He's given me one that's one of my favourite games, but it's still a bastard of a game to try and do. But anyway, Denny gave me a great game, Ancipital. Colin gave me Simulacra, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. I played a game called Repton, wasn't it, today? Was that right?
Oh, that
Defender game.
Yeah. I ran out of time to watch that. I just got round to it just as we were starting this.
Is that by the same person who done Dalek Attack?
I don't think so.
I'll have a check.
I think the same company came out with a game that Colin likes to play, which is that Wavy Navy game.
Wavy Navy. It's not.
I think that same company, Sirius, brought that game out, if I remember rightly. I could only think of two text adventures. I think that I could only think of two graphic adventures when I was playing it. But then I remembered Wavy Navy because you crack on about how good that game is. I have to turn around and say I need to get to play that. So I will do.
I thought it was the same person who'd done Zone Ranger. I might be wrong.
Yeah, there's two programmers, and I think one of them did another game, but it's only in the same year, 1983. They didn't do anything past 84. These two programmers that wrote
Colin, have you played that Zone Ranger?
No.
On the 64? No, I thought it might have been your type of game.
I'm not sure. It doesn't sound familiar.
No.
But anyway, I've had immense fun with the game, so thanks very much. And then what I'm going to do is I'll probably go round you all guys again and just go, right, you've got a second chance to be as sadistic as you bloody well like. Give me a shitty game that I've got to try.
By the way, Mark's right. Dan's somebody who done Zone Ranger, who done Repton. So they are the same person.
Is it Dan Chapman?
That's something like, I think so. Yeah, I've just checked.
When you go to Lemon 64 and you click on the two programmers' names, it tells you the games that they've done. And one of them has only done one game, which is that game, and the other one's done two.
Yeah, one Zone Ranger and Repton. So Dan Chapman. Yeah.
I remember looking after I finished playing the game today. I thought I'll go and have a look and see who these programmers are.
I didn't think he'd done anything else, to be honest. I'm not too sure.
But yes, I find it incredibly hard for Jet Set Willie, but not infuriating. I'd agree with that. If you forgetting the bugs for a minute, I would say incredibly hard, but not infuriating. I think there are games now that are infuriating.
Yes.
But Jet Set Willie is not one of them. I'd put bloody Automator and Pajama Rama and all those in the bloody infuriating brigade. I can tell you that now. Yeah,
Monty Mole with the crushers, random crushers.
Take the ring to the ferry and give it the fish in the fish pond and bollocks it, right, and all that crap. Right. I think we should discuss Catwoman, says Muckman Movies. Catwoman, you're right. Don't know why. Forza 2 360. Yes, Forza 2 was on the Xbox 360. It was a goodish game. I quite like the early Forza games. They're all right. Man in the Black Cap. Are you from the Black Country?
Yes.
I'm glad somebody's confirmed that, because I would never recognise his accent.
Well,
it's as strong as my Southern accent.
I'll be honest with you, Mark. There's somebody who keeps calling me a bloody brummie, but I'm not.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm between Walsall and Wolverhampton. Basically, I'm called a yam yam. And if you want to ask somebody else's opinion, ask Jim Jam. He'll tell you.
Look, everybody's got their name at the bottom on the ticker tape.
Okay,
I've just been really nice to you all. Look, Denny says Brummy Legend. I forgot what Mark says. What does Mark say? Mark 20th Century Gaming, general computers and consoles, all eras, TV, music, all things Northern. That's right. That's right, isn't it?
Who, me? Northeast.
Oh, I should have put that then, shouldn't I? All things Northeast. Anything to do with Whitley Bear. How's that?
Whitley Bear.
Right, anyway. I'm a COD multiplayer gamer, says Muckman Movies.
He's a
That means
fisherman.
Call of Duty to anybody who's not
No,
familiar.
he's a fisherman. He fishes for cod.
Yeah, God, yeah. Only line player. Right. Happy to strike up an alliance if anyone plays Call of Duty, if you don't mind a bit of swearing. Did anyone play Guitar Hero?
Oh God,
I used
no.
to love playing that. I still have the guitars in the garage somewhere. Over
No.
to you guys.
A definite no on that.
No? What about
Yeah,
you,
and
Colin?
I love heavy
No.
rock as well.
We did have a DDR match for the PlayStation 2, but I've never done. Hello,
Hello.
never
good night.
played Guitar Hero.
Good night.
I had Band Hero and I never took it out of the box. It's still upstairs. It's totally sealed up.
He's kicked me joystick. He's kicked me joystick.
Oh no.
That's it now.
That's it. That's it. That's him.
That's
Got to be
it.
sent to bed then with nothing to eat. That's it.
Sorry.
But no, I wasn't a Guitar Hero, but I did have Band Hero, and I never played it. What about you then, Mark?
Nah. No.
Never into
nothing.
those dance mat things either. I find them a right pain in the ass in the
Oh, I
arcade.
love them I love them wearing a pink thong and a nice little teddy. But curl is in.
Bloody hell, Mark. Jeez.
No, I've never played them in my life. Never.
Man says, where's Ian?
Zone Ranger. I've just had a look at your video, Mark, and I do recognise it, but I haven't actually played it. I mean, I keep meaning to get around to it when I remember.
Aye. It's probably a bit tame for you, Colin. But if you try and find a warp to level 7 in the top left, you'll start enjoying it a bit more.
So Andy's Cardboard Star Wars says, I remember me and my brothers tried to make games on the ZX Spectrum back in the 80s, I think he's trying to say. Great times. We also had a Commodore 64 and the Atari with the tennis game. And we had a one-armed bandit, my dad. Andy
Vic 20. We had a game in our chip shop. Turpin. It's the
Turpin.
thing.
Yeah.
And I liked it, but it was hard. I actually wrote it for the Vic 20 in BASIC. And I had a 16K RAM pack, so I wrote it in BASIC. And then I went back to it, and I found out I could play it. So from my little BASIC program, I learned how to play Turpin. And when it was a kerfuffle game recently, I actually won it, even beat Graham, 10 shearers. It was a close match, but I beat him.
Wow. I know my dad was sadistic because one of the first games that he bought me for the Vic 20, and it was for Christmas, was a cartridge game, and it was a fruit machine. Bastard. I mean, what can you do with that? I went, you can't win nothing. All I'm seeing is things going down and trying to get free.
I wrote a fruit machine for the Vic 20.
I had one for the 64 on the Vic 20. Can you remember what they called it? Dell on the Vic 20? Because I can't remember.
I thought, thanks very much. There's games that you could have bought me, like Omega Race. You got me Fruit Machine. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Is that what it was? And there was Vegas jackpot on the 64, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I wrote one. You to have a string of 20 characters, but make it 23. So the reel had 20 characters on it, but 23, and the first and the last 3 were the same as the first 3.
Yeah,
that made it easier to code then when you actually printed it out on the screen.
Yeah, goes round.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about.
And of course, Craig here is a friend of everybody. Look, he's put I had Jet Set on the Commodore 16. He's got everything for the Commodore 16. There's Craig Flanagan. Anybody will tell you he is
Beachhead for the Commodore 16 the other night.
He is the biggest fan of the Commodore 16 that you'll have going. Did you notice that Mainmeister said this week that he couldn't think of a game that was purposely written for the Plus4? But to be quite honest, Mercenary didn't come out on the Commodore 16, but did come out on the Plus4, didn't it?
That was the trouble because everybody went for the lowest common denominator. There weren't there weren't many games written for the +4.
No, but he said he couldn't think of one game that was purposely made for the +4. Well, Mercenary wasn't purposely made for the +4, but it did come out for the +4, and it wouldn't play on the Commodore 60 because it didn't have the memory for it. And I think that there were more than that.
I'm sure Matrix was written for the +4 as well.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant conversion. That was probably the second best of all of them.
Yeah.
I remember thoroughly recommending the Commodore 16 as a starter computer. Yeah. And when I was working in the computer shop,
Did it come out after the 64 though?
Oh
yes, it did. Yeah.
What was
a
the
year?
point?
A year and a half to 2 years after.
So why did it exist?
Good question.
I can give you the very long story of it. We wouldn't really have too much time, but basically it was supposed to be a very, very cheap machine, believe it or not. It was designed by a brilliant engineer, and he came up with a range of machines. There were 3 actually in the range. The Commodore 16 was supposed to be a machine that cost sub 50 quid. But somebody at Commodore and the big heads turned around and said, "Oh no." And it was all of a sudden the +4 was 299 or 300 quid, and 350 quid. And the Commodore 16 was 199 pounds and all sorts of stuff. It was supposed to be a 50 quid machine.
But did the Commodore 16 have more colours than the Commodore 64, or was it the
121 colours?
Yeah.
How about that?
Basically, it had no sprites, but basically it was a far better graphic color palette. It fixed all of those sort of things. It was shortly afterwards the 128 came out, so obviously you're talking then all of the TED chip and all of that sort of stuff then, and the Z80 processor and as a co-processor and all sorts. But the Commodore 16 was really that sort of like between the two 64 and the 128. It was it took some of those designs and put them into the 128, if you see what I mean. That picture.
I thought Tom was a good little game.
But at the end of the day, Commodore was just greedy. Jack Trammell left, where he would be doing everything cut cost. Commodore still did the cut cost, but then just put stupid prices on things. If they'd have just kept to the original, the +4 was supposed to be a £99 machine. That's what gets me. It had +4 software on it. It had a word processor on it, an Excel spreadsheet, all of that, all built in, and it was supposed to be 100 quid. That would have sold rather than failed. Because 350 quid, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why would you buy that over the Commodore 64?
Yeah, at the end of the day. So Muckman says, we used to have Daley Thompson decathlon competitions on the ZX Spectrum. Thoughts on Daley Thompson's decathlon for you guys? Doesn't matter if it's the Spectrum or the 64 or whatever.
I never broke a joystick playing Daley Thompson's decathlon.
No, there you go. Did anybody? I know I did, but I had a quick shot too, and it was on its last legs anyway. So
I can't remember the joystick. It was only a small joystick, and it had a little stick at the base that you could, really give it a good whipping.
Oh, I had the pistol. You see, I had the pistol.
I know exactly what you're.
TikTok.
I remember taking my quick shot 2 to bits to find out why it broke, and it's because it had lever arches. They were just crappy lever arch pieces of metal, and they snapped basically. It was on its last legs anyway, and then I bought a Competition Pro. So
I think my favourite decathlon game was a game called Decathlon on the Commodore 64.
Activision's Decathlon by David Crane.
Yeah, that was the first one.
But there was no angles involved, was there? It was just
yeah.
There was no 45.
That's right. I think when you get to throw it, with the angles was there, but then there was other good ones. On both systems, Hypersports. What was the other one? Hypersports. What was the other one that released now? Brian's gone blank. But they were
Track and Field, Hypersports.
But then was good conversions on both computers. Then was
Yeah.
very good.
That's the
They
only
were.
joystick that survived Daley Thompson's, the Atari.
Yeah, you don't want the
Survived
VIC-20 joystick, the
everything.
white one. Bloody hell. What a
Oh,
piece of
yes.
shit that was.
That was
Had
terrible.
one, had the blisters to show for it as well.
Yeah, I've still got the blisters now. And it weren't from what you guys are thinking. Bloody hell. Yeah.
No, because
You had to get that one in quickly.
Oh, dear.
Anyway. Hi all, PS5 Pro is £700 with no optical drive. Companies are pushing to go digital only. Will you buy a console when they are digital only?
Well,
That's a
by
good enough
console,
question. I know it's not really our jurisdiction, really, the modern console, but yeah, I have heard it's £700. It's got a 2 terabyte drive. It's got no optical drive, but you can buy it as an £80 add-on. What's your thoughts on this PS5 Pro? Anything?
I haven't got a clue what they're talking about.
I don't know what you speak.
No.
All right. So, take it like this, Mark. What do you think about a console that has no physical drive whatsoever and it's digital only? What's your thoughts on that? That's the direction that they're all going. In.
Well, what if your console knocks up?
Yeah. What if you've got no internet connection, etc., etc.? But
No.
that is what they're pushing us to go towards, right?
Do
So,
you
what's
get
your
like
thoughts on
do you
that?
get like codes? Do you get like codes to, like, say if I buy a new one, I've got the code to still download it?
Yeah,
game
that's
now,
it.
what
They give when you switch it on, you go to the store, you buy it, you download it, bang, there you are. That's how it works.
That's fair enough.
Well, to be fair, we've got. I don't use them, but we've got 3 PlayStation 5s that are got no optical drive. Only one has got an optical drive on there, and the only reason he got that is because he paid extra for it on top of what the non-optical ones were, because the driveless ones weren't available at the time.
Yeah. I do remember that.
He said my lot, they haven't bought physical media for quite a long time before that. It was all through the store anyway, so they didn't miss it. But it's just the way it's going. For us, it's no good. For them, it's fine.
Yeah. I would say that there are obviously there are 2 parties: the things that are pro, the ones that are physical media, the ones that don't really give a shit. From my personal point of view, I will be sad to see the physical media side of things go. I do know that. Then again, they're doing this not for me; they're doing it for the new. And from that point of view, they don't give a shit. So I too do understand it. But I must admit, there are shortfalls to it. So hopefully they see it. This PS5 Pro, I think it's a joke. £700 for what you get. I will say that. The fact you have to pay £70 for the drive if you want it, and £30 for the stand. You don't even get.
I joked at the stand and said it was £99. Well, I wasn't really. It was a bit of an exaggeration, but 30 quid for a stand, that is
30 quid
Apple
for the
territory.
stand. I thought you're taking the piss.
For a stand?
So, yeah.
Fucking hell. Pay me
So when you
£30
buy
for a
this,
stand.
I
I'll stand there for half an hour for 30 quid.
Yeah, so when you buy this PS5 Pro, you don't get a stand and it costs you, and it's an extra 30 quid. It's taking the piss, as far as I'm concerned. I hope it fails, is what I think.
Well, how much longevity how much longevity do you give to consoles in the future?
Yeah, well, this is the halfway mark. So it's 3 years after the PS5. There's another 2 or 3 years to go before a PS6 comes out. The Pro is supposed to be that stopgap. As far as I'm concerned, bollocks, load of shit, not interested. So that's just me, though.
I've never had any. Yeah, I mean, all right, I know PC is a big outlay, but I've never had any interest at all with consoles. Not well. I bought a SNES, obviously, but I'm talking from the PlayStation era onwards.
Yeah,
never had any interest in them at all.
It's just that in some ways I understood why there were pro editions of PS3s, PS4s, they did actually add something else, like the PS4. They gave it a 4K overhaul. You know, it could suddenly play 4K games if you wanted to. It did push things. The PS5 has none of that. They've added AI apparently, and that's all. I just went and when somebody told me that, I went 700 quid. I mean, we are talking £200 over what the original device was, and all you're doing is giving me a bigger hard drive. Well, I can buy a hard drive myself, thank you very much, and put it in it.
Exactly.
So what are you actually giving me that's £200? That's what I kept saying. And they said AI. And I went, I don't give a shit when you keep saying AI. It's bollocks. That's all I said. That's why I said around and said, you can bog off with that. And then you need another £100 for the optical part and and the stand. I'm going, nah, £800. Nah.
But I mean, you talk physical media with these things. Is this going to come in full circle like it has done with the films? Because obviously we've seen a resurgence in physical media on films. Is it going to come to that point with games? Because there's still a big market out there for collecting. You know, I mean,
yeah.
I
will say I don't know enough about the PS5 Pro to say there isn't more to it. But somebody just told me it was just AI and a bigger hard drive, and I just went, well, I'm not interested then. But there you are.
They're no interest, full stop for me.
Yeah. Oh no, but what I mean by interest, I mean I'm always interested in what technology breakthroughs there are, right? I want to know what the next big thing is. So it's not like I want to buy it. It's just I like to know about it because I like to know what's out there and where we're going in the industry. Do you know what I mean? To say,
but
wouldn't
the PC evolve better than what a console would anyway?
Yeah, but the PC always has.
There you go. So
yeah, but you could say that, Denny, though. What I'm trying to say is you could say that, Denny, since 1995. Why bother buying a console? Just put another graphic card in, buy another.
That's
what I'm actually getting at is I'm still interested in knowing the console side of things, and I'm still interested in knowing what advances they're doing. But I'm, even if I'm not going to buy one, because I am just a techno person. I want to know everything. I want to know everything that's happening in the world of TVs, DVD players, everything.
Your technology is evolving through the PC. I mean, obviously, your graphic cards them keep changing every 3 to 4 months now.
Oh yeah, I remember the first time I bought a MIDI card. It was an Orchid Soundwave. I didn't even go down the Creative Labs.
I mean, by the time they built a console, that generation of graphic cards probably been superseded 3 or 4 times.
Oh yeah, and then they tried to hide behind things by saying it's the emotion engine, all sorts of stuff. I'm going bollocks.
Well, I'd be emotional paying 700 quid. Oh, that's for
I'd be emotional. I'd be emotional handing over £800.
I'm just looking at an MSI GeForce RTX 4080 graphics card here on Amazon for £1,029.99.
Yeah, well, they could get stuffed and all.
At the end of the day, all of this technology, break it all down, strip it all away, does it have the same gameplay as any other game?
No,
regardless if you can look at it and say it's beautiful and stuff like that, but take it all away, it's the gameplay that counts.
Yep, absolutely.
Can they take away all them lovely looking graphics and stuff like that, and have basic looking graphics, and still have the same gameplay as an old game?
That's right. I mean, as much as everybody will turn around and say how many awards The Last of Us or something has got as a game, it really is just it's more story, and then you wander about, and then more story, and then you wander about, and then more story, and at the end of the day, there's you might as well have been playing Deus Ex Machina back on the Spectrum in 1980.
Well, if you think about
the gameplay that's in it,
if you think about this, you go on about the games, and I mean that's a good point actually, because if you look at the cycle of a game, when's Elder Scrolls 6 coming out and when's Fallout 5, you're talking years. It takes that long now with the technology they've got to build it around that particular technology. Is it worth it? To be honest,
Yeah.
You
What about
so when you
Half-Life
go back-
3?
Oh, what?
Half-Life 3.
Oh, God, yeah. I wouldn't mind that one.
The game that will never be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the last Half-Life that came out, which was in VR, I quite liked actually. I think it was called Half-Life
Oh, Alex.
Alex.
Never got, yeah.
It is actually quite good, but it's not. At the end of the day, everybody's going, no, we want an actual official Half-Life 3. Can we have an official Half-Life 3, please?
Yeah.
And how much money has Steam brought in now? They should have. I swear it's.
But where do you go with the Half-Life game? What can that push for that particular game?
Yeah, but I will always turn around and argue the fact, Denny, that that's hard for us to answer. But there are much more people that are cleverer and more imaginative than me that you could say, yes, you can do that. That's like turning around and saying, where'd you go with Blake 7?
Oh, don't start
Right.
with that.
No, that's what I mean. But do you know what I mean? But you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I actually purposely brought that in because there would be people that says, no, there's nowhere to go. And you would turn around and say, oh, yes, there is. And so there is somebody out there that's saying exactly the same for a Half-Life 3. Just because you can't think of it doesn't mean that there isn't somebody out there that can't.
But then Half-Life 2 ended on Half-Life 2 Episode 2 ended on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, it did.
They should have done it. They should have done a Half-Life 3. I don't think we'll ever see it ever, but they should have done it.
No, what a shame.
Yeah, I think so. So Muckman Movie says, hell no, I forgot what that's for, but Alien 8, horribly slow and laggy. Thoughts? Did you see it? Was it horribly slow?
Never played it.
Laggy?
Only saw it, never played it. I haven't even been interested enough to look at the playthrough.
Alien 8 is more like Night Lord than Saberwolf.
It is on the Commodore 64 now as well by Rodney Emil.
Yeah.
I have got the Spectrum original as well, but it's somewhere where I kind of.
Yeah, Colin's laughing at the comment that's on the screen. Look. These are all in jokes. These are. Yes, Craig. Yeah, you can demand what you bloody well like, mate. Yeah,
I got some rocks on the garden I could chuck, but it would only break my monitor.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say something about China Miner. That's all I've got to say, really, on all this. John Valentine, romantic robot multi-phase 2 hardware that dumped memory to disk, great for quick loading tape games. Yeah, we used to have all the Epic's fast load and cartridges and all that sort of stuff. Did you guys back in the day have any of those for your original hardware?
I think it was the Freeze Frame 3 I had.
The freeze frame. Yeah.
No, I never had
I
it.
had the red freeze frame cartridge. Aye.
Yeah. I must admit, it was just something that you sort of had to have when I bought the disc drive. It was one of the things that I sort of like bought with it, if you see what I mean. Because
that was it.
I didn't have a disc drive. I had 2 data sets and my copy cable. And when I had my disc drive, I had a freeze frame cartridge. It's just something that you bought with it, really.
Evesham Micros. That was
that's right, Evesham. Yeah,
that's where I got my Atari ST from.
Brilliant, Evesham Micros.
Accelerator Plus disc drive as well.
Nice.
It's amazing all the companies that we can think of. Like when the PCs were out, there was Watford Electronics. You don't hear too much about these gateway PCs. Bloody hell.
Megas from Harwood Computers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just famous names that people just don't mention anymore.
Time computers. My mate had a time computer, and I had a look at it, and I thought, what?
The Amiga days were brilliant. Piracy heaven. Yes, it was. Definitely piracy heaven.
Definitely. Absolutely, definitely.
Never felt right though.
Go into our little computer meet with a bag with a box of blank floppy disks and coming back with them all full.
Yeah, every single one would be full, wouldn't it? Every week.
Yeah. I used to go to a computer club where we used to have the Amiga. One room was for ST, one was for Amiga. And we used to have people come round sometimes to check us on the copying stuff. I don't know whether that was the actual company called Federation Against Copyright Theft.
FACT.
But they used to
Fact,
send, they used to send people round, and we get warned when they used to come round. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, oh, good times.
I mean,
I never felt the same though. When for me personally, never felt the same playing a copy game
No,
than playing the original. For some reason, playing the original, buying it and playing it felt like a lot more fulfilling. Right, I don't know, than the
Yeah,
copy
I
game
mean-
where you put a disc in, you have a go, you're gonna add it like that. Boom. But, I just didn't feel the same, which is why
games I
like
like to
homebrew.
play that bought.
Yeah,
If I had a pirate game and I liked it, I would actually go out and buy it. So
yeah, like the homebrew games today, I don't download the ones from CSDB, like the latest ones. The old games, not so much. If I haven't got them, no, nobody's trying to make money off them, anything like that. But the latest games, the homebrew games, people just put the time into it now for us, and it just felt a lot better.
I buy from Itch.
Like-
I buy games from Itch regularly.
Yeah,
Itch.
and I wouldn't download a from CSDB a crack version or anything like that. It just doesn't
what's the
feel the
most
same.
expensive piece of software that you bought for your Amiga, Colin? I know what mine was. It was £499, but I'm just interested to know what was the most expensive software I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
Software.
I didn't use it. I mean, you're talking about probably about. I mean, I got Elite secondhand, to be honest. That probably would have been my expensive. I didn't go for the high cost games, so I mean about 25 quid, I suppose.
Well, I'll tell you what mine was.
But more recently, if an operating system counts,
How much was that?
I would think that was 59 quid, including the ROMs.
So back in the day, this is what I did, right? I actually maxed out my credit card with this. I went to a computer show, £499. I bought Turbo Silver. It was a ray tracing piece of software.
Yeah, they would have been that time.
Yeah. And I took it home and I loved it. But I'll tell you what, really, for the things that I did on it, it was the biggest waste of time, actually. You know what I mean? I mean, I saw the free plan views. I did a checkered floor, a mirrored ball, set it to render, go away for 2 days, bang, there you are. I had a ray trace. And then all I needed to do then was around about, I don't know, another 1,000 odd images, and I'd have a juggler. Yeah, brilliant, fantastic. But I had the most enjoyment with that piece of software. I have to turn around and say,
If you enjoyed it, it was worth it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I look back at those days, but the reason I mentioned it is because I didn't pirate that. I actually bought that.
Out of curiosity, did it come with a software protection device like a dongle?
It did. Dongle. Yeah. And the other thing is that because I had an A1000, pretty much everything cost me a fortune. You know, there was no piracy because there was no bugger house in the whole of the town that had one. Right? I had Defender of the Crown. I had SDI, Defender of the Crowns, Sinbad and the Throne of the Falcon, all the SSI games, the Epics games, Marble Madness. I had absolutely everything that as it came out. And they all cost me like $39.99, $49.99. And they were the biggest pile of shit that you could actually come across. It's why Mindwalker was such a big thing for me, because it came with it, and it really was a cracking game. It looks like shit.
Be fair, Marble Madness is quite a good one.
Oh yeah, it's just a shame with that is that it didn't have enough levels. But I had to go through all of the hurt of playing all those. What was that company called? Terrorix or Terramix? Is it?
Oh,
do you remember them? What was the
Terramix?
Right? They had all these little platform games that were bloody awful. They all looked the same. They had these little sort of like midget type walking along platformy type games. They were bloody awful, Terror Mix. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. And of course, there's all the crazy cars 1 and 2, and then of course the A500 come along, and things improved no end. But honestly, the amount of people that came around my house to play Defender of the Crown. That year that I got my A1000 and Defender of the Crown.
I've never been able to beat this. I've never been able to get on with Defender. I've tried it, but I've never been able. I have never won a single jousting match on it.
Oh, it's easy.
I'm not even, so it seems to be a bit hit and miss when you go on a raid as well, raiding somebody else's castle.
Yeah, the Amiga version, because it hasn't got the features of the Atari ST version, and that's because the poor programmer, he gave the coders carte blanche to write the code, but the company was about to go bankrupt. They had to get 3 titles out before a certain date, and every single game fell behind. But SDI was the one that basically let him down. He gave it to a load of programmers that said, we can do this, and he had to write it from scratch and do it in a week. It took him away from the development of Defender of the Crown. That's the story, and that's why the Atari ST version has got far more features, like little bars underneath the players, so that you can see how much energy they've got and all of that sort of stuff, because obviously more time could be spent on it. They had to rush the Amiga one out, otherwise the company would go bankrupt and you wouldn't have a CinemaWare. So as far as I'm concerned, stuff all that, as long as you've got the game and it's pretty much there, I don't care. And
maybe that's a future video, actually playing Defender of the Crown properly.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes to the jousting, by the way, all you do is that you basically have your mouse there, and all you do is you move it left and down like that, and then keep tapping the left mouse button. And as it's coming forward, you'll hit it every time. That's all it is. Left, down, tap, 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 tap. Done it. That's the Amiga version. Can't do that with the Atari ST. And there you are. But yeah, so much fun. Anyway, look, I'm talking about here. Look, favorite Spectrum game, Cyclone by Vortex. Thoughts on that one? Have you got any thoughts?
See if I can find a screenshot.
I remember it. Isn't that one with the helicopter and all that?
I'm thinking helicopter.
Oh yes, I know the one. Yes.
Good game.
I've never actually played it, but it looks quite decent. It looks.
In other words, it's the follow-up to TLL or something, isn't it? Is that right?
Probably inspired Desert Strike and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's in that sort of style, isn't it?
No.
I always like the Commodore 64 raid over Bungling Bay, which I consider it.
Oh, that's brilliant! That is.
Cyclone, because I didn't have a Spectrum, you see, I always used to go, wow, you've got Cyclone, I've got raid over Bungling Bay, so up yours, like this, when we have these little fights, But raid over Bungling Bay is all. Raid over Bungling Bay is also famous because the fact that they use the tile set for SimCity. Same programmer. But anyway, Cyclone. I don't know too much about Cyclone because I never had a Spectrum. But you guys, you thought it was a good game, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Did you know where to get the extra bombs from on the island in Bungling Bay?
Buy them.
Asking me to go back now and think.
It was off the ship or...
You buy them off the sausage dog.
No, you've got the you can get them. You can get the bombs and repairs off the carrier, but you can also get bombs on one of the islands. You can also get bombs on one of the islands, and it says in the instruction manual that you'll find it on the map. And you can either actually 2 little notches on the map, which basically zoom in on the point on the island where you can actually go and get the bombs.
All right.
I think it's on the island with the 2 factories. Top left of that island, you can get bombs there. You can see it's like an airfield with bombs around it.
Oh, okay.
I
know where you're going.
Land there and you get bombs. Refill with bombs.
Yeah, I must admit, I played it properly. You know how it is where you had to learn how to land on the carrier and take off as well. Everybody who ever comes across that game and they load it up and they haven't loaded it in a long time, they always get tricky and go, I don't even know how to take off from this blasted thing. I don't know.
Tap the fire button while you're over it. Simple.
Yeah, I know, but it's just that so many just go, I can't remember.
I think when it was our Everything C64 challenge, I got 4 factories done twice. Yeah. But I couldn't. I did one after waiting for the battleship and one just going for it. And they both got about the same score.
It just amuses me every time somebody who hasn't played it for a long time or has played it but they've forgotten. They go, now I've taken off. I don't know quite what I'm supposed to bomb. Am I supposed to bomb that factory or that factory? And they're going around just bombing everything, right? Going, no, you can tell which ones are the fact. I mean, for God's sake, it's pretty easy to work out. But I mean, there's so many that just go randomly going around. I'm blowing these things up and I'm not getting anywhere. What the hell's going on? Just makes me laugh. Raid Over Bungley Bay makes me laugh when people try to play that game. But Football Manager on the Spectrum did numerous all-nighters with it. Yeah, this is the one where we've had Mainmeister and I have interviewed the obviously programmer of Football Manager. Sold 1 million copies of that, didn't he? 1 million. Your thoughts? Football Manager back in the day?
Brilliant.
Brilliant game.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I must admit, it was one of those ones that I think you couldn't turn around and say there wasn't longevity in that game.
No, that's it.
I know Denny, you don't like. I know Denny, you're sitting back to that.
All written in BASIC as well.
Yeah. Was it the first one to have advertisement in it? Because you have the billboards. I think it said addictive games on the billboard.
Addictive
games
and
and Kevin Thomas was his big bait, I think.
I just don't know what came out first, Football Manager or Daley Thompson's Decathlon. I know Daley Thompson Decathlon had advertisement all over the billboards.
Boots.
You get Woolworths boots, yeah.
Was Cooper James? No, I can't remember.
Bloody hell, I've missed most of this. Had a few drinks and forgot the time. That's LFC. Hello, LFC.
I think LFC has already gone to bed.
All right, mate.
Craig Flanagan, all right, LFC. Hope all is well, by the way. RGB for red on the C64 is #88. Yeah. Anyone remember Boulder Dash Construction Kit?
I've used it.
I played that for months and months. I would say that's the turning point where it went downhill for Boulder Dash. You know, the one in space was bloody awful. And
I've only played the first one, and I can't get on with that. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. I just can't get on with it.
Oh, I love Boulder Dash.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, excuse me. I love it, but it's just too bloody hard for me.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
It is part of my 8-bit years, Boulder Dash. Yeah. It's one of those ones that I've got a lot of thought for it, because I'll tell you what, the one thing about it is I used to go around this girl's house, and her mother and her and she both loved Boulder Dash, and they didn't like computer games, but it was the one game that they would play. And I'm going, oh, girls like computer games. Oh, well, I'll have to get to like Boulder Dash then. And it was sort of like that with me. So do you any thoughts about Boulder Dash? Yeah.
Even now,
any thoughts, Mark?
I've got the Boulder Dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Boulder Dash. I've got the original Boulder Dash. I haven't got the cover, but I've got the tape and the clamp case thing.
Did you like it back in the day? Is it something that you found later on? What?
No, it's
when we come to the comment for that one, Yamo, I'm going to answer that for you.
I played it back in the day and I didn't like it. But I'd rather play Dig Dug. I'd rather play Mr. Do.
Yeah.
For that style of game. No, not for me. It's just not my game. There's a woman, a female. I hope she's female anyway. She looks like a female. You never know these days. On Twitch, she streams every week on Twitch on Tuesday. She says it's a Commodore 64 stream, random games, and all she does is play Boulder Dash.
Random games as long as it's Boulder Dash, is that right?
Yeah, and it's like no, first star on it, Boulder Dash.
First star, yeah.
Not for me.
Yeah. I've seen
the documentary. I've got a gold medal as well, and I thought
I've seen the documentary on how it was made. They worked on that engine for years. It was all made out of little asterisks and hashes and all that sort of stuff. how he was designing the levels. It's an amazing documentary of how he worked on it for years, and then it finally came out, and then he sold that design to Sega for the arcade machine. And I wasn't a big fan of the Amiga arcade version one that was called Rockford. I did play it. But I do believe that the one that we finally got from Mastertronic when it came out on the Arcadia label is not the one that was in the arcades. Nobody has seen the arcade one. Apparently, it's a prototype that's not been dumped or coded correctly at the end. Boulder Dash for me finished with the construction kit. Everything after that is just waste. That's all I've got to say about Boulder Dash, really. That's my history of it. A very witty, intelligent game that is not for everybody. I know a lot of people say that the scrolling is not particularly great, but I thought it was all right.
Yeah, I had it on the Spectrum. I complete it on the fly. It was one of them. Yeah. It's a pattern game. It's one of them pattern type games. Yeah. If you know your paths and all that. But I could never get to grips with it on the 64. It was different on the rubber keys compared to what it was with the joystick.
Ah, I see, right. But you also had Repton though, didn't you, to play and all that sort of stuff, didn't you? Like the BBC had its own Boulder Dash called Repton or something.
But it was how can I say, sometimes as well, the scrolling on the Spectrum, you could run to the edge of the screen and you'd go off the edge of the screen and then it'd slowly come back again.
Slowly come back, yeah.
But it was I actually enjoyed it more on the Spectrum than the 64 because I could control it better with the rubber keys.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think there's more Spectrum people in here. Look, my favourite Spectrum game would probably be Target Renegade. But School Days, Death Chase, and Fantasy World Dizzy could come really closely behind. Thoughts on Target Renegade, School Days, Fantasy World Dizzy? Any thoughts?
Who said that?
That's LFC who said that.
School Days, great game.
Yeah.
I think my link I just posted through on the chat has got blocked.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think School Days was written by two ex-teachers that there were a couple or married couple. So they wanted to put the experience on screen. Microsphere in it.
Microsphere,
am I right? Yeah.
Actually, I think Denny is an
same
admin.
As Welly.
Sure.
School Days brilliant.
Yeah, I like School Days. Death Chase I love. What about Fantasy World Dizzy? I'm not a Dizzy fan. I can't stand the Dizzy game.
No, I wouldn't say it's an acquired taste. I'd say it's a popular taste. But I must have an acquired taste. If this is a popular taste, I must have an acquired taste.
Yeah. And the less said about Target Renegade, the best, because I don't really like those beat 'em up things, as you've said. So, but I do know that Target Renegade has got its followers and people really like it. And the Spectrum version is obviously the better version, I think.
Is that a third one, Target Renegade?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't think that is as popular as the first two on the Spectrum, if I'm right.
Isn't the third one well known as being bloody awful? It's got dinosaurs and Christ knows what in it or something. Got some sort of like.
But it'd be interesting to know why LFC Gaming has chose Target Renegade over the other two Renegades when Target Renegade isn't as popular as the other two. So I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear that.
Well, if he's still in and he's heard that, maybe he'll answer that because, like I say, that was quite some time ago, about an hour ago.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think LFC went to bed a little while ago.
Yeah. I've just said to Colin that I think Denny's got admin rights. He might be able to post the link.
It's all right. I posted an easy way to search for what I posted. It's just that the Ammo had mentioned Squidge on the Spectrum is the greatest game on the Spectrum of all time.
Oh, Christ.
I've actually got a video of completing Squidge on the Spectrum, but it's the remake. It's a TARDIS remake, and it's brilliant. It is well, I won't say brilliant, but it is playable.
Yeah. So the Retro Engine says Death Chase. Oh, yes. I think a lot of people know about Death Chase. I mean, it is a well-known one. Saber Wolf, the big box era start. Yeah, it came in a big box. They were lovely boxes. They were really well made, weren't they? Black, quite cardboard.
Yeah, brilliant.
Like almost like a pattern or a corrugation to it.
Something like that.
Like Odin games.
Those ones are glossy, but I think Saber Wolf was a dull black with a sort of corrugated type pattern to the boxes. I think
Like a charcoal grey black.
Charcoal grey, yeah. With a nice glossy, nice glossy square center with the picture.
They did that on the 64 as well with Stafford Corneth and then Turned and etc. And also Odin games done that as well with ESR, etc.
Very much. Yep. LFC Chase HQ. What a
cracking
special conversion it is.
Brilliant.
Very much. I think we got a question here. Look, question. Were any of the panel into the demo scene on any particular machine?
Only as a viewer. Never partaken, never written a demo. Not good enough, basically. I do like looking at demos, and I actually prefer the Commodore 64 demos to even the Amiga, to be fair.
Yeah.
Not me, I'll just stick the game on and play it.
Yeah. And what about you, Denny?
Same as Mark. I'm not really. I mean, I've seen some demos. They are brilliant, some of them, but
we had a cracking crew in my town, so there was a demo scene. I was just like I think Maymeister famously turned around and said that his name is on one of them. I never got that close that my name was put in anything.
I think,
but I did know a person who was part of a cracking crew. But the demos
was as well.
What was that? Sorry,
Ox was.
Ox, yeah, was he?
Yeah.
I knew someone, but wasn't part of one, and I was more closer to the Commodore 64 for demos because of the BBS system. I was a early partaker of the bulletin board system. And of course, I was very close to the American Air Force Base, so of course they had no end of demos. So I was getting disc after disc after disc off of the American Air Force Base. You know what I mean? And a lot of them worked. Remember, I had a British C64, and they still worked. The person I was getting the stuff off had an American C64 with a step down. So of course, anything that didn't work, I went round his. He only lived next door, so there you are.
Smart to think I was down there in '88 where you were, Bill.
Yeah, that's right.
That's smart.
Because you've talked about your days in Oxfordshire, haven't you?
Right. It's weird. It's weird to think that you were there. It's
amazing.
Anyway.
LFC says, unrelated, but I was still devastated over the passing of both James Earl Jones
and
Kenneth
93,
Jones.
I think. That's a good innings, mind. It's a good innings. It's not sad when they go, but it's a good innings. If you get over 90, you've made it, really.
Yeah. My childhood gets smaller and smaller every week.
Yeah.
Basically. Kenneth Coate, Randall and Opkirk and the carry-ons.
Carry-on film's brilliant.
Yeah, he was the worker, wasn't he? That everybody out in Carry On Convenience, wasn't it? Is that right? Carry On.
Talking about childhood heroes, if you like, David Attenborough is making a new series.
What, again?
Yeah, a new wildlife series.
Yeah, it's about fossils, and he's actually exploring himself. He's doing well, isn't he?
How old is he now? He's
400.
90.
400.
98 years old.
98.
It's Denny's brother.
Oh, I was just getting cramp in my leg.
Well, you're about 96, aren't you?
Oh,
Denny.
Dick Van Dyke's also still going at 98.
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
bloody
I-
hell. And they bringing back that murder series. What's it called? Diagnosis Murder. Is he doing another one of them?
We hope that Cockney accent dies before
It's
him
still
on
showing. It's
freaking
still
Mary
showing he's
Poppins.
active. So yeah, I mean, me, I'm gonna be when I hit 67, I'm retiring. I'm not going to carry on working.
How old are you, Colin?
59,
82.
and that's not
Denny?
dyed. That is my natural hair color. That's not dyed.
Denny, how old are you?
I was 57 a couple of days ago.
Del?
So I'm the oldest. Then.
55.
55. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's what I said. 55. Oh, God.
Right. I'm a year older than you.
There we are. There's only 4 years between us. Look.
Right.
40 years for Denny. Right. Anyway.
You're going to get a lot of them tonight, you are.
Fix. Right.
Fucking sick of getting cramp in my leg.
The ammo. Grid
Right.
Runner was also better on the Vic, in my opinion.
Yes, 100%.
It's something that Denny would go, yeah, and I'm going to go, yeah, with that.
I'll tack Denny's call on that because I know he's well versed in that.
Yeah.
Such a great game, Grid Runner, though. Jeez.
Oh, brilliant.
What
And
was the other one? Well, the V started with a V. What was it? Void Runner.
Void Runner. That was a
Void
master
Runner,
troll,
yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah,
Was that
did
again?
Sheffield, yeah, Void Runner. Yeah, he done Void Runner.
Yeah, it's got 3 little ships, hasn't it? Like this. Hasn't
Yeah.
It? Void Runner. Yeah.
Pointing downwards, this wasn't it? After this, if I remember.
Yeah. So the ammo agrees with Grid Runner being better on the Vic. Yeah. Anyway, fellas, just thought I'd pop in for a few minutes. Have a boss weekend. We will. Thank you very much.
You too, mate. You too.
Stephen Taylor says, evening,
Oh,
everyone.
that's
It's
sweet.
good to see you all. You said a bit earlier, Delboy, you only had a Spectrum for a few months. Were you not really a fan of the Specky? But it wasn't. I don't
Well,
think
it's
it was a matter
Stephen.
of- I don't think it was really a matter. Hello, Steve. Yeah. I don't think it was really a matter of was I a fan of the Specky. It was, to be quite honest, I'd got a broken one that I fixed. And then I needed to sell something to get a disk drive. So it was just a matter of, my friends have got Spectrums. Do I really want this Spectrum when I've got a VIC 20 and so forth? And a Commodore 64 was just round the corner. So I sold it at a time where I would get the most money and move on. So I've become a fan of the Specky afterwards. Do you know what I mean? And even though I've never had one, I've respected what it is.
Yeah.
What it means, what it is to the British, people, because without the Spectrum, we just wouldn't have the explosion of computers that we did. So
Well, you've answered that question as if Stephen had you by the throat.
yeah, I know. Like this. But I mean that it's just, I'd like to give a positive answer to these things, and it's just like I've never felt the same about an Amstrad. You see what I mean? I just think I like Amstrads. I know what the Amstrad can do, but it's just if it hadn't have been there, I don't think we'd have missed it. You see what I mean in regards to pushing the technology envelope forward?
I got given one. I chucked it in the bin.
Really?
Right. I thought you had to have a monitor with it, so I thought, well, what's the point? I chucked it in the bin.
I remember when the Amstrad brought out all those word processors. What were they called? The Amstrad
Yeah.
PC 88512 or whatever it was. And then I saw Batman on it. Right? They put these special. They came with a weird disc, didn't they? A size. It was like a 3-inch disc, wasn't it? Not a 3.5-inch or anything. And Batman in green screen was there, in the isometric Batman, and they said this is the best game ever made, and I was going, "You're joking me? What's this?"
I remember the piss taken in a computer magazine and said, "Shock announcement: no new Amstrad this week."
Yeah, that's right. Every week there was going to be a bloody new word processor it brought out, or a new bloody printer. impact printer or dot matrix, or then it was a golf ball, then it was a fuck off Amstrad. Sinjin, born and bred in Bilston, now in Alabama for the last 6 years, never looked back. Brilliant. And his cardboard Star Wars. Do you remember when the Game Boy came out, and how old were you, and what game did you first play on it? I was Mario.
Tetris.
Tetris was the one that I played on.
I never had a Game Boy, but I did play Tetris first on it.
Right, Tetris.
Yeah. Never had one.
Did you have one, Denny?
No, I've never had one.
No, probably your eyesight weren't good enough to see the screen with your age.
I've got Tetris. I've still got Tetris, Link's Awakening, Super Mario something World or something. I don't know what.
That's all to be Mario 695 or something.
I completed 6 golden coins.
Solomon's Key.
Solomon's Key. Yeah.
Oh, I got that.
And if you play Choplifter 2 on the Game Boy, that's where I got my theme tune, and I retransposed that with the Commodore 64 SID.
That's about a butcher, isn't it? Choplifter 2.
It's
about a butcher.
That was very sharp.
A weightlifting butcher.
Weightlifting.
Shoplifter. The only thing I didn't get on with the Game Boy was the ghosting on the initial screens.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there.
But as a console, it was, a handheld. It was pretty darn good, I have to say. Yeah, Nintendo knocked it out the park a little bit. The ammo. Speaking of bad games, albeit not on 8-bits, Graffiti Man on the Amiga.
That rings bells for the wrong
reasons. I don't know that one.
Graffiti Man.
Do you know that one, Denny?
No, I'm going to have a look.
I don't know that one.
I don't know that.
They're going to look it up now.
Lemon Amiga gives it a score of 1.68.
Christ, it is bad.
I lasted about 3 seconds before the game over while trying to figure out the controls.
Yeah, I remember it now. It's awful. Bloody awful.
I am going to have to look that up when we finish the stream. I do like to know what people think and go, oh, right. Graffiti Man.
So you stand in front of a brick wall?
With a spray can.
Right, yeah. Exactly. Is that what happens?
Is it called Banksy Man now? Is that the follow-up?
Did it influence Splatoon?
Splatoon.
Splatoon.
Vegas jackpot.
Where I? 64.
I had it on the Commodore 16.
Right.
There is a few +4 onlys. Yes, I know that. Matrix is on the C16.
Did you enjoy, Craig? Did you enjoy Tom Thumb? I played it a few months ago.
Craig went about 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
yeah. Unfortunately, I'm trying to get caught up. It came out 84. That's when the C16 came out. That's quite right. I'll tell you what, it was very close. It came out very close to when Thing on a Spring came out.
Fucking Thing on a Spring.
Just so you know. Hyper Sports was way better than Decathlon.
Hyper Sports was good on the 64. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. Go for Gold was great on the Commodore 64 as well.
Yeah, remember that.
Digital downloads only is bullshit. Same as online only. Servers taken offline. Games removed from stores. Content changed. Films in stores. Yeah, we all know about this because I'm a big fan of physical media, and one of the things that I hate is that Netflix. If it's all we had was Netflix, Netflix could lose the license. You lose the film. That's it. You can't watch it again. It's a load of shit. I hate the concept totally. So
I done that with the Wii as well. I downloaded loads of games. Be way broken. That was it. Gone.
All gone. Awful. Stephen Taylor, would any of you use cheats or save states if you generally got really stuck in a game?
No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Games
Colin?
where you know there is a problem, yes. Like Spiky Herald.
Oh, yeah, that's one exception, yeah. Well, there's
Spiky
now
Herald, the fish screen, when the fish comes on, and it's well known that there's no way you can get past that. You've got to be Jesus if you're fucking going to get past that. There's no way you can get past it.
Back in the day, I used to use pokes and sisses to do things, but I have to say, if I get stuck now, I just go, do you know what? Sod it. And I usually stop and just don't go.
Yep.
But
the thing
Watch
is,
a YouTube video when I was done.
Did any of you notice, though, these games, you got to a point where there was that hard, you were stuck. And when all these years later you find the game was that short, there was only another couple of levels after it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's happened to me, yeah. I thought I was way away from finishing it, and actually I was only just round the corner from it.
You can tell the people who upload YouTube videos that used cheats or whatever, loop back, whatever you call it, rollback, because they're not skilled in the earlier levels.
Yeah.
And you can say that if you're not skilled in the earlier levels, how can you profess to say that you've done the later levels?
Yeah, that's
Do
true.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where if you start absolutely from the beginning, then you get the skills up, your own personal skills to carry your lives through into the next part of the game. You'll see that you've done it that much that you're competent to do the early levels with ease to take your lives through to the next part. If you look at Der Schmoo, say like for thrust, the skill that's involved in the thrust long play by Der Schmoo, or whatever you call it, the website or whatever, so cautious. They're not flowing or anything when they're playing the game. And you can see that they've just like, I've done that level. Now I'll do the next level. And it's not like a flown thing. You can see.
Yeah,
And
you
the same
can
with
tell
men,
they've usually got tasks
you
written
can
on
tell.
the freaking description.
Well,
You
that's
can
what
tell.
that's what the programmer intends, isn't it? I mean, it's a natural progression. You do the early levels, and then it becomes like breathing air to you, and then you move forward, and you get it naturally gets harder and harder. But you should now know it's like breathing air, you know. So it shouldn't be that much of a chore.
I've been accused of like saying, "Oh, you've used safe states or whatever it is, whatever you call them, rollbacks and stuff like that." And I haven't. Everything that you see on my channel is a genuine one play.
Yeah, but we know that, though, don't we, Mark? I mean,
no, but I'm saying it's so easy for people to sort of criticize you for it, but they don't understand the learning you've got to do that to get that far. To be consistent in one game, you've got to start from the beginning and become, like you said, Dad, like you can do it without breathing because you've done it that much to carry your extra lives onto the next level. That's what pisses us off.
It's something I bring up at work all the time. I said repetition is your friend.
Exactly.
Right. If somebody turns around and says, "Oh, I'm good at what I do, but I'm no good at VLOOKUPs," the first thing I say is, "Well, I'll send you 20 VLOOKUPs to do. Do them in succession. You'll learn it, and then basically I'll send you another 20. You'll get quicker and quicker, and then by the end of the week, you'll be able to do them in your sleep."
Exactly. It's not special skills. It's just putting the time in to bloody learn things. That's all.
Your brain just adapts. It just basically fills in the gaps and can do it. Then there's muscle memory that you've got to take into consideration as well, and everything else.
But don't forget, you always have that exceptions. Remember when I done my Matrix playthrough? I mean, I used the word playthrough because I had to save state each level. That game, anybody can complete from level 1 to 20 with the lives available. Then, like Mark said, they've got to be Jesus. There's no way. How long did it take me to get from 18 to 20 to level 20?
You always got stuck on the last level, Denny, didn't you?
Yeah. And
I mean, I don't want you to call me Jesus again, but I mean, it's just,
If you like it, you've mentioned it. So if you like it, I'll say it again.
Jesus. Yeah.
Jesus, Del. Jesus,
But yeah,
Del.
It's better chips and GPU in the PS5. Quite an upshift. I didn't know that. I must admit. I mean, for 700 quid, it's got to have something. That's all I got to say. But I was told it was just AI and a bigger hard drive. All I know.
No, they got. I think they have got a few. I think they have got a better hardware, but when you've already got PS5s, what's the point of upgrading?
Yeah.
It's like Mark says. It's.
I just think of the drop in price to the original PS5 is going to be
down though. I don't think it's coming down. That was another thing I heard.
Oh
Which is a
Christ!
shame,
Oh, I hope they die. They deserve to with that 700 quid and an extra £100 just for you to have a stand. Yeah. You can get stuffed. Craig, I'm sorry, but the Xbox 360 was a great console. I don't know why you're sorry. The Xbox 360, it was a great console. Shame it had a red ring.
We did have an Xbox 360, and it is a decent console. We even had a Connect with it.
I had the one with the hard drive at the top that you clipped on. I've still got it, in fact.
Ours is knackered. It broke.
Oh, I think the last Xbox 360 was the one that was, what do they call it? A JX board. It was the way that they did the piracy. It was a special wiring job so that the hard drive and the motherboard didn't need to marry. You remember that was the protection on it, wasn't it? That the serial numbers had to match on the board, and it was done by firmware. Anyway, I was got to think it was called JX or something. The Retro Engine Expert cartridge was great for coding on the Commodore 64.
I had that. I had the Expert cartridge as well, but I didn't have a clue how to use it. That metal switch at the top that you just flick backwards and forwards.
Yeah, top right hand side, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know how to use it. I just stayed with the freeze frame.
I think it was a memory bank switch, wasn't it, Colin? That little switch, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was. I don't know whether it was on the Expert cartridge, but I've made my own cartridges with which shifts the memory around, and you can set it to 8 or 6.
Yeah, I did with the VIC 20. I had one of those little dip switches that you had to keep moving around to get the different banks. Yeah, with an original game,
you can find one.
With an original game, you get emotionally invested before you actually get to play it. Yeah,
totally agree
with that. The Yamo says Marble Madness was great on the Amiga, so was Arkanoid. Ah, there we go. That's your VIC 20.
There we go. That's the 64 one. It's got 8 different things on there, which you just select with the
switches. But it's how you can understand how VIC 20 emulation works when it says, "Oh, you got to load this into patch 8, whatever it is," because it's an 8K expanded VIC. So you needed to have you had to have dip switch 1, 2, and 4 or whatever it was. You know what I mean? It's how you understood it, because if you ever were around on at the time of those VIC 20, you understood how it worked because of those.
The VIC 20's memory was something else.
Yeah,
if you had the lower 3K in, it stayed the same. But if you put anything more, if you put the 8K in, everything shifted in memory.
Yeah,
so
because of the way that
started in a different place.
Yeah, RAM kept moving about, so the kernel and everything kept shifting about. So,
which is unusual. So imagine games, Wacky Waiters would run on any memory configuration; it would reconfigure itself.
Yeah,
are these messages up to date?
We're up to about just before 11 o'clock, so we're nearly at the bottom now. There's hardly any questions or anything now.
Yeah, more.
Marble Madness was great on the Amiga, so was Arkanoid. Squidge is the greatest Spectrum game of all time. That's when
I went on, but I've actually completed.
Maymeister turns around and said, "Evening, gents." Evening,
Oh, hello.
Master Matey, Craig Flanagan, Night Guys, Sandy Ollier. I never liked the Spectrum. It looked like a toy next to my Atari 800. Well, yeah. We used to call it the doorstop and the rubber, you know, at school we used to call it, if you want to erase pencil, you'd use a Spectrum and all that sort of stuff. We had all that.
The burnt waffle.
Yeah,
Except
if
I
it got
can't
any
spell my
hotter,
own channel name.
if it got any hotter, you'd melt the keyboard. I tell you. The Yamo search for Ponders retro goodness.
Yeah, I can't spell my own channel name.
And go to 5540 and you'll see the Squid remake on the Spectrum played to completion. The Yamo, the only Dizzy games I liked was Quick Snacks.
All crop.
Not the C64 version. Colin Jones, yes, I've played the remake from 2018.
The Yamo, do you remember the Sword of Sodan? That was the first Amiga game I played.
Oh, that was a huge sprite on that thing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you just kept swinging your sword and while you were going across the bridge like this. I think you crouched down and kept doing that, if I remember rightly.
Little fireballs or someone popping up. I don't know. I can't remember.
You had to ride on the back of a bloody great big ostrich type thing or something. A bit like that.
That's right. I remember.
Here's a question for you. What else did the program for the Amiga, Sword of Saudan? What other game?
I wouldn't have.
There's another one quite similar on a horse, isn't there?
No, Data Storm.
Data Storm,
Wow.
yeah. The
Really?
Defender type game, yeah.
Bloody hell. That's a massive difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know me and Defenders on Data Storm. I love Data Storm.
Yeah.
Flipping hell.
Did Data Storm have and the bosses like the PlayStation version of Super Drop Zone?
Yes,
Well,
it had.
I think that's spoiled. I think that's spoiled the game.
Basically, you've got these sort of like flying saucers with legs that sort of.
I didn't like that. I think it should just keep them out and just keep. I think it was like trying to give some sort of console vibe of it. I didn't like that. I just wanted to do the shoot 'em up drop zone style sort of game.
It's not for everybody, but I did like the fact that they tried to do something different. That was the thing that I liked about it when I saw it. It was fast. It didn't try to be huge, like change things like, because there were lots of little aliens that are just as small in Defender as they are in Data Storm. And then it tried to add something else, like going fast up the level and then land on another one, and every 5 levels, and then all of that sort of stuff. I thought there was enough new there that I liked about it. That's at the time, but I understand. You look at it now and you go, "No, why couldn't you just keep the essence of Defender? Really, you don't need all this other bollocks." And I agree with that now. You know what I mean? But back in the day, I thought it was perfectly okay. Stephen Taylor, if you could only take one console or computer to play on a desert island, what would you choose? Or computer, remember?
Could I cheat and take the Mister?
No. Stop cheating, you bastard.
I tell you what, I was thinking about this when I saw the question come up, and it would have to be the Commodore 64, even over the Amiga. If it was the only one I could take, I'd take the Commodore 64 because it's just so easy to pick up, play, and use.
Okay. What about you, Denny?
Oh, now you would expect me to say the 64, but I'm going to say the VIC-20.
VIC-20. Yeah. And you will say the VIC-20.
I'm saying the VIC-20.
Okay. You Mark?
Spectrum. Spectrum.
For the dyslexic, yeah.
Right. There's nothing else exists. Nothing else exists apart from the Commodore 64. Simple as that.
I must admit, it is a coin toss between the VIC-20 and the Commodore 64. I think, but for pure versatility, I think I'll go with the Commodore 64. And it was so close because the VIC-20 is so close to my heart. Everybody knows just how much I love the VIC-20, to be quite honest. So,
I I think
One of
though,
those
now I
things.
got a cassette player, I will be looking at Play Expo for Commodore 64 cassette games.
Yeah.
Not because I can't play them otherwise, just for the nostalgia of it.
Yeah.
Actually loading games up from
Right.
cassette again. There'll have to be games with good loaders, you know, because the
Right.
loaders are what makes the cassettes worthwhile getting.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
a question. What would be the second one? Now you pick your favourite. What would be the second one?
Amiga,
Oh,
1200.
Vic 20 for me.
Commodore 64. These.
So just the other way around, and it really. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Spectrum.
The Amiga
I
would
do
be
like the
third.
Vic 20, but
The Amiga would be
I
third.
got two of them. But
The Amiga would be third for me, but it'd have to be the A1000.
Just
I
one
would
question,
like
though.
so much on the 1200.
Just one question. Where would
Del,
you
what
plug
you
them in?
doing? Del, what you doing with your hand?
Rubber band.
Worry about that when you get there. Cross that bridge when you get to it.
I was going up and down below the screen, that's all.
I don't know why you took that off.
I've never taken so much flack in my life. Where were we?
We were panel and an inverter.
So Mark just said about the second computer. So did everybody answer?
Yeah.
Brilliant. It's the Sandy Ollier, Stephen Taylor. I'd pick the Atari 800 for sure. My opinion, consoles are trash. Yeah. I do. My favorite console, I think, if I was to be pushed for one, it'd be the Dreamcast. Believe it or not.
Brilliant Dreamcast. Brilliant.
I had the most. It's only because I had the most fun in the 2 years that it was out.
Brilliant.
SNES.
The
But the
Wii.
SNES. I had a SNES with a disc drive. I had a Magicom, so I had equally as much fun with that. But it's just, I don't know what it is. I suppose I was living in my house in Manchester. I had no money. I bought a Dreamcast. Literally from a cash converter for about 15 quid. That's how cheap they were. Every cash converter had them for about £15 with the fishing rod given in, right? And I went down to when I came back home and I saw my mate, he had a wallet full of discs and just went, he says, go and get a spindle of 100 discs. Come back in 2 days. I'll give you the 100 discs to take away with you. And then that just about did it for me because I had months and months and months of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I'll never forget his generosity in doing that for me. You know what I mean? It must have taken ages to burn all those discs in 2 days. You know what I mean? The Ammo says there is a crack of Anirog Scramble that fixes the scrolling. Yeah, I think I know that, but I don't view that as cheating.
No,
but I never use any lives or invisibility cheats. To me, that takes the fun out of the game. Of course it does. In fact, I think it was you that deliberated it best with Steve, wasn't it? Colin, you turned around and said, I totally get why you don't want that rewind feature and all that sort of stuff. My answer to that was the feature's there. You can choose to use it. But I totally understand Steve's point of view that it should never be there in the first place. The fact that it is there doesn't stop me from if I wanted it to buying it. I just know that I can just turn it off or never press the button or never use it. So I do sometimes have little shouting matches privately with Steve and go, you can just not bloody use it, you stupid bastard, like this at the screen, when he's deliberating.
I'm getting one for one reason and one reason only. Because it's got a proper full working keyboard on it.
Yeah. I was tempted, but I haven't
If I had a Spectrum, I wouldn't bother. But this is that's why you got a keyboard on it.
Steve makes me laugh because
he's great.
He's so funny when I'm watching his videos. He's going, I don't like this because this one auto fires, and I don't like this because the bloke doesn't have a walking animation, and I don't like this one because I'm going, I don't like this type of game, and I'm turning around and saying, Christ, What do you like, man? Fuck's sake! I think you've ironed out 80% of what all games are, and there's about 20% left in the world. In fact, actually, when it comes to the Amiga, I'm surprised you found one game to load ever.
Well, that's what,
Well, that I feel lucky I feel lucky video he put up. That last game was a bit of a winner, to be honest. That made the whole video worthwhile.
yeah.
Minos.
It was something called Dido, or it was a Minotaur type thing, wasn't it? It had a picture of a Minotaur.
Minos,
that was it.
Yeah.
And it was, all you had to do
I
really
got up to
was
level
just-
7 on that after I watched his video and saved it.
But it was just that it was going, Pam, no, I'm not playing that. No, I'm not playing that. And I was going, bloody hellfire. So it was 50 minutes of him turning around saying, no, I don't play games that have got auto firing, and no, I don't play games that have got a map in it, and I don't play games that's got H in the title, and I don't play. He just makes me laugh because me and Steve, I just have this battle with him every time I'm shouting at the screen saying, "You what? Jesus, just play a fucking game, will you? Jesus." I'm like this. Privately, that's what I'm doing at home. It's great. Love it. Anyway, Stephen Taylor, do you have any favourite game music I like? Sanctuary, Delta on the C64, Turrican and Project X on the Amiga. Over to you this time, Mark.
In-game Delta.
Delta and what was it?
In-game music for Delta. Not only is it a fantastic piece of music, it is actually part of the gameplay. You didn't say that often. You didn't say that often in any game. Where it is, I think it's about 11 minutes long. The in-game music. And you use it to judge where you are with your weapons and stuff, so that you know a certain part of music. If you've sort of been killed just a little bit before, you'll judge when you need to use a pickup because of the formations that are coming up in the future formations that's coming up.
Yeah.
Is that hard to understand or not?
No, it's not hard to understand. I just didn't know it.
What you're saying is the music is like the beats in the game. It reminds you of what's coming up and what you need to do at the next part. Because
if you're not hitting targets at a certain part of the music, then you know how to readjust what weapons to pick up and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, music is a series of patterns, so I mean, basically, it makes perfect sense.
But this isn't one just pattern. This is like 11 minutes long or something like that. So you've got 11 minutes to judge where you're going to be going regarding pickups and stuff like that. So Delta's to me, as far as the horizontal scrolling shooting up games, it's the best. It's the best.
Right. I mean, I've seen you play it.
That's me.
I've seen you play it 1,000 times, and each time I've been entertained. It's like it is like, a great.
It's the music. Take away the music, it's probably a totally different game, but the experience, not play. I mean experience, but it's probably just going to get more closer to Armalite as an experience. Do you know what I mean? But Delta's brilliant. It's not my favourite to shoot 'em up on the 64. Not my favourite, but it's a great game to play.
Mutants is another.
Do you have an Amiga game that you've got good music that you like?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I will never clue. I can't remember. I can't remember playing the Amiga.
I mean, Shuriken is a good one. R-Type is another.
Never played Shuriken. Never played Turrican. I've only played R-Type on the 64 whilst I was concentrating on trying to beat it.
Yeah. I knew you had an Amiga, that was all. So I just wondered whether there was one that you went, I know that, you know.
I didn't really play.
I
had Amiga, but
music without mentioning Lemmings.
Never played Lemons in my life. Never played Lemons in my life.
Fuzzball's got me good music too.
Is there a
but,
reason though for not playing Lemmings? So is it just because you've not got round to it, or is it you've been put off
it's
by
because
it? Or...
it's because when I moved from Commodore 64 to Amiga, I lived down Oxford. And when I lived down Oxford, I lived with about 15 to 20 lads from Sunderland and Horton and Hetton.
Yeah,
And all the way we were interested in was going away to watch Sunderland. And like the lads I was with from Horton, like the day naughty things away from football matches. And games was the last thing in my mind because after that we'll come back to Oxford and go on the nightclubs and stuff like that, really. So games took a pause from a pause. Know what I mean?
yeah. But have you thought about going back and playing it though? No.
64.
It's just it passed you by, so basically that was it.
It's the
That was
nostalgia.
it.
You haven't played it before, do you? Really? But yeah, I can understand that.
Lemons. Not. I think it's the point and click games. I put it in the same category as beat 'em ups.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
I mean,
just
all
not
it
for
is
me.
that I just think to myself, when somebody turns around and says that, surely 5 minutes out of your time just to load it up and go, oh, is that what it was? Okay, isn't too hard to do. But if you've got
Maybe I should give it that opportunity. It's been a massive part of classic gaming, I should say. Classic gaming. So maybe I should experience it and then judge it. Not that
I don't think you judged it. I just thought it was like, well, I never played it, and I don't, and I've not got round to it, and I just think to myself, well, maybe one day you want to. That's all.
That's it.
So your answer,
for
Colin,
another day.
about music, Colin.
Excuse me. Yeah, Sanction is good. It's got no in-game music though. It's only got the title music and the load of music.
Well,
Mutants, as I said, Mutants is excellent. On the Amiga, you've got to have it's got to be Lemmings.
Sanctions,
and in the arcade,
Sanctions classical music.
Yeah.
Sanctions,
yes, Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Yes. In the arcade, you've got things like Voltric, which has got a great music. But I think the best music I've heard in the arcade, my preference is Rolling Thunder. You know, so there's plenty of game music out there. And of course, I do my Sid radio every Sunday. So I love Sid music anyway. Yeah.
But the thing about this is it says, do you have any favorite game music? I like Sanction and Delta. You've mentioned Sanction and Delta, but not actually said what you prefer. I don't think you need to just choose one of those two.
Mutants.
If so yours is Mutants, right? So your
Mutants on the 64, Lemmings on the Amiga, or Fuzzball. Fuzzball's also good, but Lemmings because of the variety. Right. And arcade, I'm going to say go with Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. I mean, it is a classic track, the Rolling Thunder, I have to say. So
good show for Mutants.
What about you, my good friend Denny?
Yeah.
Sitting patiently.
I'm a big fan of Tim Foley. I think his music for the Commodore 64 and for the Amiga, Ghouls and Ghosts, both of them are absolutely tremendous. On the Amiga, it's got to be Turrican 2. That's one. It's probably one. And Tim Foley in LED Storm on the Amiga. That was a good one. Anything by Martin Galway. That bloke is just, I mean, you Rambo, Green Beret, absolutely stunning. And one of my favourite pieces is by Rob Hubbard, is War. I think the title track of that is probably one of the best 64 pieces that he's ever written. I think it's absolutely
there is so much to like on the C64, though. That's where it's a bit difficult, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's
Rambo
probably...
is a concerto. Rambo is virtually a concerto. It's got something like 22 tunes. Brilliant,
incredible.
I mean, it's not hard to understand that when I talk about the Commodore 64 music, I like to listen to Knuckle Busters. I hate the game, but I'll listen to Knuckle Busters time and time again. But I like all the old ones as well. Crazy Comets, Mega Apocalypse. I even like one of the earliest tunes, Confusion, that he did. And you know, Monty on the Run. I mean, there's just so many, isn't there? I mean, so
Yeah.
it's difficult for me
Yeah,
there.
there's loads.
With the Amiga, yeah, Shuriken 2, or R-Type. I mean, it is difficult for me to choose between one of those. Same composer, Chris, isn't it? Chris Uselbank or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Never pronounce it. In the arcades, it's one of my favorite arcade machines, and it's either going to be Ghouls and Ghosts or Ghosts and Goblins. I like the music in those. I think they're absolutely brilliant. So just like you with your Rolling Thunder, and you like the Spite, as you know, that do 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 do. You know, I mean, which is fantastic. For me, it's like I can't think of any music that doesn't match walking through a graveyard. You know, when I'm listening to Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts in the arcade.
What I love about certain artists is Martin Walker. I think he's brilliant. Him, like,
Yeah, Driller. Driller was a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, Driller's fantastic.
Yeah.
Hunter's Moon, Rupert and the Toy Makers Party.
Oh yeah.
How we captured that feeling that's the type of game you were playing.
Beautiful.
No, it's an amazing piece.
But an honourable mention just for the arcade was, by the way, that I was just going to end with, was Outrun.
Yeah,
because I like Magical Sound Show.
That'd probably be mine. But if I was to say one artist, though, it'd be Tim Follin for me.
I can understand that.
Yeah. I love his stuff, but I'm not saying the others. You know, I'm talking about the.
He's very tall.
Yeah,
he's very tall, Tim Follin. I met him the other year at Play Expo. Very tall, nice guy.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Shame about his brother. He not long passed away, has it?
So we've only got 4 more comments to get through, guys, and then it's whatever you want to do. Certainly, the CPU in the PS5 Pro is the same as in the 5. Only the GPU and the storage capacity is better.
GPUs tend to be the most expensive part of computers these days, don't they? Let's be fair, I mean, I still think it's over the top pricing, but
yeah,
the GPU is most expensive.
And a baked bean says, "I like the Vectrex." Yeah, I do as well.
If I could get one at a decent price, I'd get a Vectrex. But there's no.
But we have got a question: if you were to own an arcade cabinet, what game would you choose? And I'm sorry, you cannot use a MAME arcade cabinet or a Legends arcade cabinet, Colin. Stop trying to cheat, you miserable bastard. So we'll start with you, Colin. Then we'll go with Denny, then Colin. Sorry, then Mark. Sorry. So Colin first.
I've debated this in the past, and it wouldn't be any of the popular ones.
No,
it'll be one I've already mentioned before, King and Balloon.
Right.
I thought about this, and if I was going to get one, and it was only one, it would be King and Balloon.
So it's over to Denny.
Mine's an easy one: Defender or Stargate, one of the two.
Brilliant.
Stargate.
Totally get it and understand that. Yours, Mark?
Yeah, probably Gravatar.
Gravatar, very easy for me. I think anybody that knows me will know what machine I'm going to turn around and say. And it's not what I said is my favorite arcade machine. It's Gyrus.
Yeah, I thought you might say that actually.
That's a good one.
So it's just one of those ones where I just go, do you know what? I could play that to death. Listen to that.
If I had the room, I would have built my own.
I could listen to that music over and over again.
How do you rate the 64 version?
Brilliant, love it. I had it on cartridge.
16K. It's on that cartridge I showed you earlier.
I actually had the cartridge version.
Better music as well.
How accurate is it?
Oh yeah,
it's very
accurate.
Very accurate. If you look at the patterns, you start off at the bottom and then left, then it's to the right, then it's up to the top left that way, and then that way. This is the first level. I mean, it really is the patterns.
Yeah,
are there.
It's not as fast, but it is pretty accurate.
Yeah. And what always amuses me is everybody brings up the same one. They keep turning around and saying, "What about that flicker?" And
you don't notice it on a CRT.
No, I had the Commodore monitor, And that's where I'm going, look, I had the proper hardware, the cartridge, and an actual monitor. I don't remember it flickering like that. And you got to remember that monitor had a chroma key pin, had an extra pin and all of that sort of stuff that made that monitor, really shine when you hooked it up to a C64. And it was funny. When I went to the Zap event, I said, "Can you load Gyrus on the SX64 because it's got an inbuilt screen?" But they wouldn't. They wouldn't do it. But I'm pretty sure that if they'd have loaded that up on there, the flicker wouldn't be there. It'd be on that dedicated screen. Because everybody that talks about it is talking emulation and on LCD screens and all that sort of stuff. And it was never designed for that. It was designed to go on a TV or a monitor and on proper hardware with a timing of this. And also you got to remember is every time you're loading it up, are you playing the PAL on the NTSC one or the NTSC one on the PAL one? And all of that sort of stuff. You got to take all that into consideration because now the internet's there. You haven't got a bloody clue what version you're loading in. And what setting you're setting it to. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what I thought of Gyrus. It's great on the Commodore 64. Brilliant. Yeah. Can of Bean says that his machine would be Robotron that he'd buy.
Good choice.
Yeah. No reason, great choice there. And then Denny says, have a good one. Love the stream. And that's the end. That's the last comment. Anything you guys want to add about your memories? Games, collecting, anything?
There's one question I want to ask you all, actually.
Of course.
What made you want to start a retro channel? What is it that made you want to do one?
Oh, okay.
In any order.
Okay, I already have my own channel. But believe it or not, the reason we're together now, it was Alan Mainmeister. Watching him, thought, I think I'm going to start my own separate retro channel. Rather than putting stuff on my normal channel, I actually dedicate a channel purely to retro games. And that's what decided me, watching Alan Mainmeister, basically.
Yeah. I think we all ought to go round his house and kick him in. Because it's Scott's bastard, right? What about you? What about
the motivation to do so?
Yeah. What about you then, Mark? What started you doing 20th Century Gaming?
Watching for the very first time, I didn't even realise that people did this.
Right.
About maybe 10 years ago or something like that. I was watching YouTube, and for some reason I typed in Commodore 64, and the video came up, and it was John Gage. And I watched John Gage playing Bruce Lee, and I never laughed so much in my life because he's no old board. He's just he just plays like he's not gonna edit anything like that. It's just what he sees, what you get.
Yeah,
and I love that. And I thought, there's people out there still playing these games. And I didn't realize. And it took us a while. It took us a while to like think how do you work this out and stuff like that. I'd love to like share my experiences and stuff like that. So I engage.
Isn't it funny that that's a common across the board of I want to share my experiences? I think we all have that in our. It's not a manifesto, but it's all in us that we want to pass that on. It's like, I want to pass my knowledge, my experience, or I want to reminisce. Isn't it that we've all got that in what we do on YouTube? Just to finish off with my answer, I think everybody knows how I started. I've been watching YouTube for a long time. I've been watching Mainmeister for probably the longest. I got invited onto a charity stream where I chatted. I remember them saying at the end, bloody hell, he could talk for England, that guy. He'll have his own channel. I think they actually said that physically at the end of what I was doing. And I, around about 7 or so months after that, things were going bad at work. And I decided to do a sort of like Big Brother experiment type thing, where I was going to be off work with hypertension problems because of the way that work had treated me. And I decided to do a blog. That's all it was going to be. And I thought to myself, if I've got extra time outside of the blog, I'll play some games or something, or start talking about what makes me tick or made me tick back in the day. And so the blog then turned into playing some games, and then all sorts of other expansions into all sorts of other areas, including now movies and TV and all that sort of stuff, to the point where now it really is a retro zone. It's absolutely everything, you know. And I love talking to like-minded people like yourself. That's it. So that's me, Denny. Anybody else got questions or want to talk about a big piece of advice about collecting? Because we did have collection in the actual title.
I will say one thing about you were saying about Commodore 64 Gyrus. S-video out is better than composite.
Yeah,
that's what I do, and it gives out a really crisp image. Really crisp image.
That's the one thing I like.
I'm going to have to try Gyrus on Sunday before I start my Sid stream to see if this flickers with my setup on my real Commodore 64.
Yeah. That's what I like about Colin as well. His technical knowledge is sort of like second to none, really. If you've ever got, if you ever want to debate your own, you know, if you think you know the answer, but you want to just run it past someone and say, am I right in thinking? I can't think of a better person as a second person to call. You know what I mean? I mean, I've been
I don't know everything. I don't know everything.
No, but
I know where to find out a lot of stuff. I mean,
you know what it is.
Today with that DSS crap.
you know when I'm doing my blog and I'm answering, I said, "Oh, yeah, look, here we are. Look, bulletproof Bob, right?" And then I'm going. He'll always correct me. I'll say, "Look at that bastard! Look, he's trying to correct me again here. Look, what I actually meant was this. Don't you get it? I was talking that because of this was worded this way. You know, it's all right." Having 6 days to observe it and then come up with an answer, you know, and I always like this. But I know where it is. It's just you want to be able to, you know, give the right answer or portray or get another idea across or another version of it or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how I am. Every time, you know, that you're saying something, I've usually got an idea about it and say, oh, yeah, customer service, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, yeah. But just remember, they're like this and that and all this sort of stuff. And, you know, but I don't, the thing is, I'll choose whether I want to say anything or not. Usually I'm going to go, I daren't say that to Colin because I know full well he's going to come back with 50-page line thing that actually tells me just how wrong I am. So I won't. Simple as that. The thing I love about Mark's, I just have so much fun when I'm watching Mark play his games. And I'll tell you what, he did the best thing. I've said this on my blog, and I've said this to just about every person. I said he did this wonderful thing the other day. He blanked the screen, played the music for 10 seconds, asked people to guess what the game is, and then played it. He put the screen back on and played it. And I thought, what a great thing to do. You got to guess what game he's going to play by about 10 seconds of the music with the screen blanked out. But what a marvelous thing to do in a stream. Wonderful.
You're talking about me?
You did that, yeah.
I haven't got a clue.
You weren't drunk. That's what you did.
No, I'm never drunk. I'd have a few cans.
But what I'm saying is that's the sort of thing I like about your streams. You'll do something like that, and I think, wow, what a marvelous idea. Marvelous.
When
it comes to Denny, he tries to do something outside the envelope. That's what I like about Denny. He does text adventures. So who's going to think about doing a text adventure stream?
Denny,
you know what I mean? It's like
Denny doesn't do a video, he nails things.
Yeah.
down to the fine art.
That take me too long. That's the only Achilles heel I have. I don't have a lot of time, and then when I just try to go too big, and it's they just take too long. By the time I've got a few subscribers, they've all gone. By the time I've got back,
That's my free critiques of you guys. That's what I like about all of you. So thank you very much for coming on. Has anybody else got any more questions? Because that's at 3 hours and 58 minutes. We've got 2.5 minutes before to make it 4 hours. If you want to do something for 2 minutes, you've got the time.
you can sing a song.
Yeah, no, always look on the bright side of life, something like that. I don't know. Well,
Nice to speak to you all. Thank you.
And you,
Oh,
mate.
no.
Very much.
It's been good tonight.
Fantastic.
It's been a good chat.
I really enjoyed it. It was brilliant. Nice idea of Dennis.
Yep.
Talk
Good one,
about
Jen.
something we all
Cheers.
know.
I've
Something
never
that's
done
not
this
talked
before.
about a lot.
I've never done this before, so thank you.
Have you enjoyed it?
Well, aye. Well,
I
aye.
think the only way you could have enjoyed it more was a cider in your hand, wasn't it?
I've had 6 of them on Delwood's my way. We need off.
I've just had the 1 pint. 1 pint of Hobgoblin Gold.
I've just got.
Oh, hobgoblin, lovely.
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh yeah, have you managed to get rid of your? Have you got rid of your drinking kit now? Have you got the voucher used?
Nope.
You'll
It's
let me
expired.
shut up.
It's expired. That's gone. So nobody wanted a brewing kit. So I'm not going to push it.
No.
It's actually good. The company is now actually selling one. They're still putting out at a discount at the moment, 75 quid, including two brews. So yeah.
Right,
But,
it's just gone over the 4-hour mark.
Hey,
so
cheers.
I'd
Thank you.
like everybody to say goodbye, and I'm going to say salute at the end. So
Bye.
Ta-ra.
He's waving.
salute. Bye bye.